Welcome.
All right.
Welcome to the Scale Builders Guild.
And I'm live as well now. So we're both,
Two nerds on the internet at one time.
I guess I was figuring I needed to stay quiet until you said something witty. Some sort of
Well, okay, one nerd.
cold opener. What?
I shoot, I don't have a cold opener for today. Darn it. Oh well. Welcome everyone. Thanks for watching. Let us know if the audio's good. If it's bad, deal with it.
Yeah, this will be the first test of this setup. We're both kind of played around with this a little bit here and there. For some reason, it's going to be a little bit of getting used to. And the first time we decided to both stream both of us are streaming each of our channels respectively. We'll be able to have different views. Unlike my channel, you'll only be able to see Matt's face close up the whole time. But if you're on my channel, you get to see like whatever else is on my bench or whatever else we're working on, and then vice versa.
That's not true. That's not true. I've made you full screen and me small screen.
Oh wow!
Just to prove that I'm also good at this computer thing.
Yeah. Matt is loud, so I gotta turn your audio down a little bit. All right.
I'm always loud.
So, yeah, we don't really have huge agendas for this setting yet. It's just something that we figure we both have plenty to discuss. I'm working on audio levels, but we'll get there.
I think mine are probably good. I think I'm not having anybody complaining. Welcome everyone. Hey, thanks Richard for noticing these cool headphones I'm wearing. These are my Bose noise canceling headphones, and we found that there was a bit of an echo if I didn't have these on. So you're gonna have to deal with me looking like a DJ on the turntables. What? Look at I feel like I am a DJ.
Yeah. The definitely just trying to get. I know my audio was quiet at the beginning, or it says no audio from me at all. So hopefully that's working now. But
I mean, we tested this pretty aggressively.
Yeah.
And by aggressively, I think we did it twice. so that should be just fine. I doubt anyone's going to have any issue.
Yeah.
Matt is good and a professional DJ. So I think we're in good shape. Hey, we don't really have an agenda, but for fun today, I'm working on some stuff on the bench. Now, Josh can't see this angle, but what we've got here is the V8 LS engine from the Jeep Wrangler SCX-10 and I'm going to do some painting on this today while we chat with each other.
I think hopefully I fixed it. My wife is listening to it, and we had an echo on your side now, on my side now this time.
Great.
Like I said, we tested this whole setup, and it's a tricky thing to try and work with these two feeds, but we did multiple tests. Everything seemed fine. Matt had echo. I didn't. Thought we had that fixed. I turned down the audio on my side here, so.
I'm looking for my, there's one, okay. I'm looking for all of my chrome and metal model air paints because I'm going to fire up the airbrush here in a little bit. Or maybe I'll just brush paint it, who knows.
Yeah, my SCX-3 is supposed to be here Monday, I think.
They're letting you have one?
Yeah, right? It's amazing.
That seems really strange. I talked to Rich, and he said there was no way you were going to get one.
Right. No, I think I've got an actual kit coming in a box that I get, so.
Whoa! I'd love to know what the box looks like.
Right? Yeah, just not your Viterra K5 box.
I was so disappointed because I honestly thought that they had made a mistake and I was getting a Viterra Sender. But then I could go to a Sender Fest or Viterra Fest or whatever they were calling it.
Oh, right. Yeah, just everyone pile on, get your It was kind of fun. I'm glad you kept that in the video at least.
Yes. Yeah. But that's good. What day? You said Tuesday?
Well, I think tomorrow, but
Oh, Monday. Wow.
well,
Wow.
yeah, that's we'll see with all the crazy. I didn't get tracking or anything like that, so I don't know what to really expect, but it's either way. And then I haven't decided if I'm going to try and do, since you're going to do step-by-step videos on the assembly and all that, I don't know that I'm going to try and do too much of that. But like on the capper, I just went through and did the build and then just kind of highlighted things. So
no, I did a full build. So every step by step, and that starts, first video is on Monday actually.
yeah, and I think that'll be, my only thought was I either do the whole thing live or just build it, film any of the little steps that I felt needed some clarification or interesting features, things like that, and then just put out one video that's longer than yours, just by like a minute. Or you got 35 minutes on your.
I wouldn't expect anything less than you.
Right.
Yeah, 35 minutes for the review video, and then another running video that's already out, and then like 20 minutes each for each of like a number of steps for the build. So there'll be lots of stuff. For sure.
I think the echo might have been coming on your side again, but I don't know.
Impossible.
When you switch scenes, do you have the audio all set?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I don't either. We'll roll with it. This is a very early, so we've, like I said, right now for this one of these, we decided to just stream them to both channels. In the future, we'll see how it works out, see what we like and don't, and then either decide to do my channel one day, Matt's channel the next week, or do a part 1 on Matt's channel, part 2 on my channel, consecutively in one session, or we'll just play it out. Right now, we both are, like everyone else, kind of hunkering down a little bit, and
yep,
it's
not going out very much. I'm taking the dog out for walks, but maintaining my social distance from people. But that's not difficult for me.
Yeah, it's. I'm a little bit more, granted, I say that, but at the same time, sitting here and working on a truck all weekend did not feel out of place for me or anything like that. So I felt.
No, it's all pretty normal.
Yeah, I do have the truck on the bench that I traded your previous truck for. So the last flip that truck of the first season, which I think was a fun,
you're not doing anymore.
A fun series. I liked quite a bit. I'm gonna restart that whole process.
It's a fun process.
It's I never really did the whole buying and selling trucks. Like, I always just built things. So, buying someone else's was a whole new process and experience. I enjoyed it. A lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a good looking truck.
So, yeah, this one's been fun.
Oh, you had an echo when we were looking at the dumpster. Okay, all right. I'm getting some feedback on the feedback.
Yeah, I think you just, in your OBS and the scenes, you need to make sure that you have all your audio inputs copied the same.
Yes. Which I probably don't.
Yeah, that's the tricky part about this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But
I see. Okay, I have fixed it. I've fixed it. I know what I'm doing now.
I need it. My biggest concern right now in videos is I need a new chair because my chair is a creak. So I gotta like sit in a certain way. But
I've got a very creaky chair. Very creaky.
Yeah, I almost want to go to just a solid, no office movement. But
my chair is from the 40s or something, from an old factory. So it's
of course it's a
garbage.
Quirky hipster chair. It sounds extremely appropriate.
Yeah, It's more appropriate than
Made
you'll ever
from
know.
reclaimed barn wood and on a vegan ranch of some sort, no doubt.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, it was from a hipster furniture store, and I bought it when we first moved into this house because the only reason we bought this house was for this workshop, this little 8 by 10 foot room. I was lukewarm on the rest of the house, and then I saw this workshop. And I said, "We're buying this place."
Yeah, that my last house in Kansas City, like the basement was pretty much the reason I bought it. So, and
Priorities.
a couple thousand square foot workshop was great.
Oh man, that must be nice. Richard was asking if this show was going to be about trucks or not.
I suppose you're obviously painting on something. I've been
I am.
I've been
painting.
diligently working on this truck the last few days, even, which has been. I've actually got a lot done. I've moved everything around. I remounted a radiator in the back. I swapped to a VS410 radiator in a new chrome finish. Like, I know you can't see it, Matt, but that's
Yes, I can. I'm watching it on your dumb Skype channel there.
yeah, but you can't see it. Oh, you can't see the other cameras. Well, I mean, the
Well, you know what, Josh? Nobody really cares.
yeah, I'm fancy with multiple cameras. And the close-up camera now, right? Because I'm
Quit banging around over there.
oh, sorry.
Uh,
I've added the
if
ability
anybody,
to do this, so now I'm even that more fancy. Be jealous, Matt.
Josh and Fancy have never gone together.
Yeah, only on technology. That's the only time.
Yeah, and even then,
And yeah, usually when it comes to buying the technology, not as so much as using it properly.
it's on a PC. It took them so long to figure out how to get this to work.
Right.
So let's. I'm going to look at some of my comments. Travis Gilmore said, "Please tell me the new 10.3 comes with SBG stickers, and if it does, I'll probably be buying it." I can tell you. I can tell you that. I don't. I don't think it does. This is probably one of the ones that won't have an SBG sticker in it.
I will say that
I
the
didn't see the final
VS410
sticker sheet.
Pro and Ultra both have SBG stickers.
There you go. If you're really desperate for one,
You know what doesn't?
should
You know
buy
what
a
those
Vanquish
kits
truck.
don't have? Is a Harley sticker.
No,
And
but the Element does.
yeah,
Element has a.
I didn't put my
Element has
own
a-
logo on the truck that I actually had some say in, but
I'm still confused why I got a sticker on there. Was it just because everyone there likes me more?
it's just one of those things. Just like all companies, we all just buy reviews. It's just try and buy people over.
Gotcha. Hey, wait a second.
Right.
That's not.
You're
true.
You're a cheap date.
Hey, Trujillo, or Trujillo, Richard Trujillo, Trujillo. He didn't give us the okay to use them this time. I don't remember anybody asking me, but darn it, I sure would have. That was like the only question I didn't ask during the whole development of that truck. Am I going to get a sticker in the box?
Yeah, that's I suppose they could have. I suppose it still would have been reasonable, appropriate even, but I don't feel bad for you.
Nobody feels bad for me.
Yeah. So I on this one I've been working on my 3D printed dash, and then I'm going to start trying to learn that Arduino. Is that how you're supposed to say that? Arduino, I think.
Arduino.
Close enough.
Isn't that Arduino?
And try and learn that to build my own little center console stack display there. Work on that next. And then I need to build myself a new like waterfall center console part. But I rebuilt the transmission, got a couple of things done there. I made myself a nice little ESC mount in the front last night, so I can. It's my favorite part about using the Mamba X ESC is it's got those 4 tapped M3 holes on the front or top of it, so you can just mount that thing.
Are you talking to me, or are you just talking?
I mean, partially. I mean, I know that you're more of a, glue and Velcro guy, but yeah. Well, and then I've expanded my stamped panel setup more on this thing. I'm really proud of myself with that whole process, so I'm gonna just keep overusing the hell out of it because that seems like the most reasonable thing to do. Until
humble.
Yeah, yes, humble. I'm gonna put that on the back wall here, just so people know. I think that's how that works.
Somebody was asking what the release date was on the SCX 10.3, and I'm pretty sure it is April 21st. Is that the day that it comes out? Like people get them?
So a month from now?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's a Tuesday. April 21st is Tuesday month. So that's not so bad.
Could be.
I mean, it's nice that they did the whole got demo models to hobby shops everywhere.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen.
That's new. Right?
I don't think I've ever seen Axial do. I don't even know that I've really seen Horizon do that much, unless it was just on vehicles before I didn't necessarily care about.
I think that's like a Traxxas deal. Like, I mean, they've definitely they do that.
Seen
a
Traxxas
lot.
do that a lot. They did it with the TRX4 initial release and 6x6. I mean, I think almost all of them.
Yeah, there's always like a pre-release for hobby shops, and they're not supposed to sell that or let people take it, but somehow they do.
Yeah,
and those people are me. I've done
oh
it
yeah,
myself.
I'm gonna borrow this, and then
I'll borrow this blazer.
Yeah, that's it's a good opportunity though, and it definitely gets. I mean, it was nice to see that it's a kit release at first, but they got full pre-assembled SCX3s out to the shops to let everyone get an actual hands-on. And I imagine that
I heard Rich built every single one of those himself.
Oh wow, that's
yeah,
I can see it.
It's all he's been doing for the last 4 weeks, just building kit after kit after kit.
That I have to imagine we're going to see an RTR in that color, right? I mean,
the blue one.
Right?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I have to believe that it's either. I like in my heart of hearts, I would love if it were Sting Gray, but I don't think that they will. They tested that color on the SCX 24, and then opted to go with the white and the yellow.
Yeah.
But I imagine if it's not that blue one, it'll be like granite silver or billet silver. I think billet is the color.
Let's see. They did silver on the very first JK release. Then they had white on the CRC. Red on the 2017. So blue seems to fall reasonably. They did yellow and white on the SCX 24. Did you lose audio?
Sorry, my headphones disconnected there for a moment. So yeah, it's probably. I bet you the blue color that's my guess.
Yeah, it's a good color too. It actually will look good on show. That's I really like that gray on the real Jeeps. Even if it's the color you chose in real life as well. But
see, look, there it is right there. You can't see it. Here now you can.
Oh,
but that's the test run of the SCX 24 that they ended up not doing. That was a present.
You got yourself a little gray body early.
Yeah, they gave me a gray one.
Yeah, bring green back now. A green.
Oh God.
Going to green on the Jeep, I'm all for that.
No way. Mojito's the worst.
Oh man, it's not. They also what's that? What's the orange Jeep has? It's something pumpkin.
Nacho.
No, it's
not. It's Nacho now.
No, I looked on the new Gladiator and it was something like pumpkin. Or
Oh yeah. Well, okay. Nacho was a 2018 only. Then there is Pumpkin,
pumpkin, yeah.
Punk apostrophe N. And what's the other one? Mango, Mango Tango. I think they still have that
Okay,
one.
yep. So, I mean, all
Um,
of those would obviously orange would be a great choice.
ugh, they'll never do that. Only because of you, they'll never
Yeah,
do that.
exactly. My my fascination with orange definitely has any bearing on the choices of colors they go with.
Oh, it totally
Right.
does. What does Josh like? Oh, definitely don't do that.
How is the Lexan thickness on the
But here, hold on. Let me make some room, and then we'll. It's I don't have my caliper handy. Oh,
you can just get
it's a heavy
you can
truck.
give us the gut feel.
Uh, Gut feel. Hang on, let me switch the camera angles on us here. So it's thick. It's not like your stand. It like what is the standard? 040? Is that what they usually do over at Proline?
Yeah, I think 060 used to be kind of common, but I think 040 is probably if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. This is probably somewhere in that range, 040 or 030, 35
Get
maybe.
a little bit
It's
light in the
not.
very bottom draws of the body, like when you're cutting along
Yeah,
the slider
it's a.
area.
Well, you don't. That's the thing. You don't have to cut this body.
Oh, it's all pre-cut
It's
too.
already done. Yeah, pre-cut body.
I do like that.
So yeah, it's a little thinner down here.
Yeah.
But they've got this really nice deep rail, so it sits in there really nicely. So you don't really have to worry about that too much. And this Proline paint, despite being Proline paint, is holding up really well because I put a layer of Tamiya PS on the very last layer.
Yeah,
Just
you know,
in case anybody cares.
that's my
about
other paint.
Oh, Rich is watching. He doesn't recall the actual dimensions.
He's actually on my.
time.
He says it's thicker than the old one, so
Thicker than the old one. Okay, so there you go. That's
which
good news.
is great. I mean, the 2017, yeah, I guess it was a little thin on the bottom of the doors, which was, I
Yeah.
mean, it's a tall body with the roof and all that, so I get that it would get a little thinner down there, but yeah, it's nice to hear that it is thicker.
Yeah.
And then so you said it's pre-cut, so that means the whole grill, all those openings are cut like you have.
Everything's cut.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Everything.
No masking the 7 slots off, which
Oh God.
I noticed
Well, no,
you cut them. I didn't know if you did that yourself, which wouldn't have surprised me, or if it came that way.
That is something I would do.
Right.
But I didn't have to.
So
Made it very easy to paint, which was a very nice touch.
yeah, that's yeah, I mean, either way, I think that the pre-cut stuff's nice, and I know I really like that. That's why we do it on ours as well, and no body holes, so there's nothing for people to complain about on that. I like the tray style interior, is a super nice little benefit. I used a similar method on my 2017. I cut up like an old 2012 JK body and just bolted it in through the top just to get, and it makes it look so much better. So it's super cool that they're including that.
Yeah. I mean, for those people that take their roofs off, it's definitely like a kind of a shortcut to having an interior.
Yeah.
I don't take the roof off my real Jeep, so I'll probably not take the roof off of the fake Jeep.
Yeah, I haven't taken the top off my JK in, I don't know, 6 or 7 years. We used to top and doors off all the time, but I had back in Kansas City, you could just do that and throw it in the garage. But
Ooh, garage.
Yeah, exactly.
La la, Mr. Frenchman.
Yeah. Well,
I don't have a garage, so I have nowhere to put it anyway. Man, I wish the one thing that I don't like about live streams is I wish we had some music.
Oh yeah, you could do that again, then have your whole video copyright striked again.
That was fun. I had to re-edit that video like 6 times.
Yeah,
because it would catch a new one every time.
Oh, that was. Yeah, it would be nice because you could actually work on something there. But
yeah,
the
that's okay. I digest.
you know, it's not the end. I've got so much done on this thing that, well, I was up till 3 in the morning last night for probably because I'm drinking an entire pot of coffee at a time right now for just the jitters. So yeah, I was up to like 3:30. But I do need to get, one of the last things I haven't done on this is swapped out all the links. It's got a bunch of just crazy mismatched, some bent links with a bunch of threads exposed, and stock axial style 4mm links, and it's with long rod ends, and it's all over the place. So if I get that done, which I have the link set, we got the mismatched drive shafts done already. I need to finish my little, well, I need to do any sort of wiring. Right now it's just all like balled up and stuck underneath the hood. But this truck has kind of ended up turning around a little bit faster than I had initially expected. One thing I did plan on doing though is I'm gonna, so you've worked with our light bars, obviously, Matt.
Oh no, I don't like Vanquish.
Yeah, right. The wires out the side, when you mount them up high, they're actually, the wiring is probably bigger than really needed, and it does make it a little bit tough to tuck it around in this type of setting. So I think I'm gonna disassemble and then resolder on some like O2 thin wiring.
Yeah. Where is the? Here's the ripper. Oh. And where's this? Here we go. Where is the wiring loom? Oops. Yeah. It's in there. It gets pretty tight. But I just did the wrap around the wiring in it.
And you used the same wiring? Oh, you used that fancy black and red.
Alex Tech, or Allen Tech, or whatever it is. I think it's Alex Tech. Where is that stuff?
One of my cameras froze for some reason.
Alex Tech. Yeah, Alex Tech on Amazon.
Yeah, I've got some of that loom, and it would probably be a good idea for me to try and cover up some of my wiring more often, but one of the...
was the previous owner the man responsible for the wiring in that truck?
So yes, the previous owner, I believe, well, the original owner is the one I believe is responsible for the wiring, and I'll say that this was a pretty awesome truck overall, but somebody needed a soldering iron or something. It's the only thing.
The wires were stapled onto the
pretty close. So
hey, RC Sparks is chatting in the chat box. Hello, thanks for checking in. Chris, yes, I did prime this motor before I painted it. It's black out of the factory. And I'm probably missing a ton of other questions.
Oh yeah. I'm catching a small amount as it goes past.
It's mostly about how you said roof. Right in my ear.
Oh, sorry.
Most of the comments are about how you pronounce roof.
Do I say roof funny?
You just said it right just now.
Did I say roof?
But I know you say it. Yeah, you did.
I could see that. It's like it's like some of us Midwesterners that say crick rather than creek.
I've seen a few cricks before.
Right. Yeah, the few of those. But I mean, you're Canadian, so I don't know that we should really get into regional dialect.
No, don't get me started on me.
Yeah.
I probably don't sound as Canadian as some, and it's probably just because I'm from Windsor originally, which is like a border town, so we have a little bit more influence from the Detroit side of things. Maybe that's maybe it.
The you ever used one of these little TS100 soldering irons, Matt?
Nope. I have just one of those standard bench ones.
I just dropped it right on my work mat. It heats up so fast that it just burned right through it.
Oh, I wish that was full screen for everyone to enjoy.
It's okay.
You ding
We'll make it
dong. I'm going to read through some comments here. That's a sweet paint technique. Yeah, just using a brush. But yeah, I mean, these Vallejo airbrush paints are awesome. And if you just use a little bit of water to thin them down, they flow so nicely with a brush that you won't even see the brush strokes when I'm all done, which is radical. Something got very loud on your end.
Sorry, I don't know what that is. I guess it could just be this microphone is so directional.
I'm going to scroll down here. Roof, rough, roof, riff. This brush is a 001. I have also got a 0, a 2, a quadruple 0, and a triple 0. I'm rocking some tiny brushes.
Yeah, my favorite one is this 1/2 inch, or 1.5 inch. Sorry, it's the one that I use the most. I find it to be the most effective at covering.
You do some really precision brushwork with one of those.
Well, I've got smaller ones, but they're steel, and I have a composite one too. But
oh, brother.
Well.
This is, yeah, don't listen to Josh for any paint techniques, because he doesn't even paint his own trucks. That's the truth.
Not if I don't have to.
No, always has a friend do it. I've never painted a truck for him, and I probably never will.
Liar.
What?
You
have I painted a truck for you?
Did, and then I mean I still haven't received it, but.
What are you talking about?
The one that you painted my name on the side of, and then we're.
Oh, you're never going to get that. You know why?
Why? Because
I sold it to somebody else.
Who's driving around with my name on the side of their truck now?
I don't know, but they're really, really happy about it. Suck on that, pal.
I've realized that
I forgot. Was I supposed to give that to you?
You put it in the video. I didn't say it.
Oh. Oops. Well, that other man's a very happy man.
Right. I just realized that I don't have the cables that I thought I had to wire this light bar smaller now.
On this episode of Josh Forgets Everything He Needs.
Yeah. I'm wondering what I can cut apart to make it work. That was, I mean, it still had to be desoldered, taken apart, but I seem to be...
How much is one of those tiny soldering guns?
These TS100s are like $60, $70. But the other nice thing about them is that they come with a little power supply that I have, but they also come with an XT60 plug.
Oh, interesting. So you can charge it up.
So you just plug it into one of your packs, and you can solder out in the field with it. And
put that sucker on 6S.
Right? So, but I mean, it gets up to full temperature in maybe 10 seconds.
Jeez.
So
that could come in handy if I break a truck on course.
Right.
Which I've never done, ever. All of my trucks work perfectly all the time.
Yeah. One of these days you'll bump up to maybe even 3S lipo and really start playing with power, you know.
Wow. All right. That's funny. Where do you buy a 3S pack?
Right. The shipping to Canada. Oh, I know what I have.
Canada saves the day again. Somehow you thinking about Canada made you remember what you were missing.
I've got these. How did you say it? Arduino kits, and they've got a bunch of wiring in it. Perfect. Let's strip one of these apart. Black and white it is.
If anybody's curious, this is a Tamiya painting holder. These thingies are meant to look like a body, but they do a really good job holding other things too. So that's a nice way to paint, and you can spin it around to get another look at things when you need to get in there. It's pretty great. Nice little thing. I like it. No link to where you can buy one because I don't remember where I got it.
Someone asked
Tobias.
Someone asked where my screen name actually came from, which is the fact that I actually just used to ride a Harley in the time of the internet when we were supposed to, like when you used to go on a internet forum and you need to make up your screen name. And I rode a Harley at the time, so I was Harley 0706. And then that was as fancy as that got.
Harley 06.
Wow. 0706.
Was it like a 2007?
Yeah, it was
Call.
It was a whole thing. There's a whole story behind it.
Okay. Maybe for another time when I can. Am I using enamel or acrylic? These are all acrylic. I don't have any enamel paints. I've got a few enamel washes, but I don't like using them because they're stinky.
Are you
and they rot my brain.
How detailed are you going on said motor cover?
I'm spending some time on it.
Are you doing like colored valve cover? Cover?
I'm doing a chrome valve cover.
You're
for
gonna
now.
paint the top of your servo on the other one?
No, I've got a chrome servo.
Oh wow.
It's a Reefs 500, which is a lot. It's 500 kilograms.
False.
500.
Here, wrong system of measurement.
It's 500 kilograms per maple syrup bottle. I don't know. It's 500. I guess it's claimed 500 ounce inches. Oh, should the air intake, the cold air intake, the tube that runs between the filter and the motor, that black, or should that?
I mean, most of them are going to be plastic or even powder coated black, but
okay.
I mean, I could see you, in the AutoZone type.
Getting that like blue aluminum, like when it gets really hot.
Right.
Because cold air intakes tend to really get warm. I'm told anyway. I don't know anything about motors, which was abundantly clear on my video. V8 cylinder.
I think you only made like one. I think you talked about like the intake runners or something like that, and you called them I don't remember what you called it.
I said it was a valve cover.
Yeah, but I think you talked about like there's 8 something.
8 banks, yeah. 8
banks. There's only 2 banks of cylinders, and not 8. There's 8 intake runners, but.
All right.
It's okay.
I never claimed to be an expert in. Well, you know what? Let's see if there's more comments. Now everyone's talking to RC Sparks, so that's good. Thanks for the sub.
Five. Oh, man, I missed a bunch of them. 500 moose power. We got.
Wow.
That's more than you know.
There's so many comments. There was actually somebody paid $2 too. I missed that, but thank you for the $2. That was way towards the beginning. It's not even in the chat anymore. So I feel bad for missing that. My
Yeah.
apologies.
If I missed any of those, I actually apologize as well.
Hi, Trial Psycho. I haven't seen you in a very long time. Anybody who knows him, he's an Olympic medalist.
Yeah, and I saw that he's working on his own backyard course as well.
Yeah, and looking really, really cool, I might add.
Yeah, I can't even manage to get like regular yard work done very efficiently. So
What would you do with a backyard course anyway?
yeah, I know. Although it seems like Lucas would have pretty good terrain around him as well.
Yes, he definitely does. Matt says audio instead of audio.
Huh.
Huh.
I think I like audio though. I think
audio is the right way of saying
I feel like it.
Tim, my friend, Small Factory Studio, he says that I have another channel that's all about poutine and maple syrup, which is true. I do out there watch Carnival Eats. Is that a show anybody watches on the Food Network?
Oh no.
Oh, it's a great show. It's a Canadian show, but they go to a lot of U.S. Carnivals and fairs, and they eat all the food that these vendors make. So like
deep fried Snickers and things like that.
Yeah, exactly. And there are some. My wife and I, we were out walking the dog, and because we love each other very much, but we're already running out of things to say to each other because it's been a week now of being inside. And we're like, what carnival thing would you come up with to eat as like a mode for talking about stuff? And she came up with this idea for spring rolls, but inside the spring roll could be like anything. So like a cheeseburger spring roll or a kimchi spring roll with like a Big Mac inside, all kinds of different stuff. And I was like, this is, let's eat food. Let's go eat food.
Yeah, so, Matt, you've been to our shop before. And on the back side of the Vanquish facility is another facility that's a large fenced-in parking lot, basically. And between weekends or on off weekends, that is the location where a traveling carnival is staged out of, basically. So it's like home base. And
that's where they hold out. Like that's their staging area, if you will.
Yeah, like if they have an off weekend, they go there. They go home for a week or two or whatever it is.
Right.
And every once in a while, you'll like pull up to the shop and there'll just be like a Ferris wheel behind it. Like, yeah. Like,
wow.
Just they'll have set up the Ferris wheel overnight for maintenance or testing or then the other thing is that they'll just party or cook and you just smell all of the things that carnies prefer.
I think they can cook pretty well, those carnies.
Yeah, so they're all in like RV style trailers, but it's like a fifth wheel is like broken up into like 6 or so apartments. So there's just like 6 doors along the side. And then there's like a shower trailer, bathroom trailers.
That's very similar to what like all the production trucks are around here. Like for commercial work and stuff, they're always like a big giant trailer with like it's broken up into 6 rooms.
Right. Yeah, it's just they're great security though. They're just
oh yeah.
Yeah,
nobody wants to mess with a carny.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, the soldering iron I was using is called a TS100. they're made by a bunch of different manufacturers. They're an open source type deal, so there's like software updates you can do to it. It's got a little USB on the back, and I think that like the software updates are so that you can have like you can adjust what temperature it fires up to initially, or like an auto off setting, so it doesn't just sit there and stay on. And beyond that, I don't know why you would need software updates on a soldering iron, but it's so compact in general, and the how fast it heats up is like one of the best parts about it. But nerd.
Richard also mentioned that I drink a liter of maple syrup every morning, and that is accurate. That is accurate. It just tastes so good. Maple is my favorite flavor, I think. I like it better than everything.
Maple.
Yeah. Even artificial. I don't even mind if it's an artificial maple.
I can't even say that I like immediately know, like, other than maple bacon, I don't know like what do you eat that's maple?
Oh, everything up here comes in maple. We have maple cookies. We have maple chocolate bars, or sorry, candy bars. Have you ever had a caramel? Is that something you would have had in your lifetime?
A caramel? Yeah.
Caramel.
Oh,
Not a caramel. Come on.
I mean, I probably no.
All right, never mind. Anyway, that comes in maple flavor.
This is riveting.
Yeah, I'm sure we've got thousands of people watching going, oh yeah, maple.
Yeah. Like, oh, let me tell you.
Someone's asking about the Range Rover. It's still sitting right there. I have new wheels on it. I gave up on my 3D printed ones because they required so much sanding. So I moved on to a nice set of CC hand ones that I got from Tim, actually. And they're looking good. Not a lot done though on that truck. It definitely needs some TLC, and well, I think I've got the time.
I don't remember. I remember you haven't touched that truck in a while, have you?
No, it's there's a few trucks that need some attention badly.
Was it just an SCX2 underneath?
No, it's a C-Max from GCM.
Oh, okay.
Very nice truck, and will probably end up being my Class 0 for East Coast Scale Challenge. So it isn't August yet, so we've got time.
Did you see they talked about new dates for nationals today?
I did not see that.
First weekend in November is what is currently proposed.
That could work.
I think it'll work.
Have to.
Seems like it'll work for me. So.
I don't see why it wouldn't work for me. Just got to check with the boss, and obviously, based on current situations, we'll have to play it out in that regard. But yeah, November is nice because it won't be blazing hot there.
No, I think that was part of the reason why they're looking at November for it.
Yeah.
I just can't decide if I'm gonna just start 3 new builds 2 months before, or if I'm gonna I mean, if there's not a mad rush, I don't understand the.
You got lots of time now. Why not start again?
Well, I can't. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to start until there's almost no time.
I probably, just for the sake of, well, actually, the Jelly Bean will have to be run before then because East Coast Scale Challenge is in August. So that might be the first time that thing actually gets comped, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Kind of sad to think that far ahead, but that might be the reality.
And honestly, it's like August will be here before we know it, and it's almost the end of March already.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true. We're almost there. Why does Josh have cans of paint behind him if he doesn't know how to paint? Rich, I think it's probably because he likes to pretend.
No, I mean, they're there because I don't paint. If I painted, they'd be used. That's fine.
Well, that doesn't explain all the paint.
You'll notice those never change. They're always the same colors. Like,
right.
I have like a problem with buying paint though, because I have a whole drawer here of just. It's actually kind of bad though, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 new cans of paint. All
that will never get used.
There's 3 colors though.
Orange, light orange, dark orange.
No, yeah, there's
and tangerine,
silver, black, and orange. That's it. And then I also have gray primer and black primer. That's it. There's
good for you.
I have a very diverse palette.
When you go to the store, do you go, "Oh man, I hope that shirt comes orange"?
You know, yeah, I don't think I actually really buy that many clothes. My wardrobe is completely consistent of free T-shirts that have been given to me.
You're not wearing a Holmes tie-dyed one yet.
You know,
get one of those.
That's true. Yeah, that's other than having to buy.
Dude, I could see.
Let's see. That's a knick-knack shelf of hopes and dreams and stuff he wishes he did. Yeah, let's see. I mean, I actually like to change up this shelf every once in a while. What is this? I don't have a Sans matte camera set up.
Thank you.
No. I'll have to go to my close-up camera. So it's I change it around pretty consistently. It's got a ripper hood on it and a milled motor, V8 motor, like Jeremy Clarkson says. And then
V8 motor.
Had a couple Scale by Mr. Common D motors on it. And it's all kinds of fun stuff.
Dion makes some nice quality motors.
Yes, he does.
If you guys want to see what I'm painting here, I'm actually painting all of these tiny little straps that are molded in that hold on the air intake.
There was
but they're hard
there's
to
a
paint.
good comment on here, Matt. It says that we should compare our 3 Nationals trucks.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
actually a really good comment. Who just said that?
Really
Tanner Oakleaf Wilson. Strong name.
Strong.
It's a strong name. Like
very strong.
We should do that though. That's a good.
Yeah, that's a good way to waste a few minutes. Let's.
I'll let you.
We just finished.
Let you finish
straps.
Brushing.
Oh, I'm blowing it. I'm gonna have to go out and do these all over again. They look terrible. What's the point? Look at that terrible job. Ugh.
You're painting?
I'm not searching for compliments either. This is not my finest effort to date.
You're channeling me? Is that what's happening?
When I spend too much time talking to you, as I start to paint like you, it's like I'm using one of those giant brush. Oh well. You know what? I'll fix that later. It's a good start.
That's what I always say. I'll fix that later.
I'll fix that later. Yeah. Okay. Let me move all this paint stuff and we'll get a truck on the bench. In this lesson, how not to paint trucks.
I haven't.
Are you ready? You can just start. You start. You go first.
What's my dad always say? First liar doesn't have a chance. So
That's a good line. All right. The next time you guys see that motor, it'll be done.
let me put.
Coincidentally, Richard made me this dumpster.
Ugh. I'm
Boy,
jealous
what a
of your
dumpster.
dumpster. I'm jealous of Richard's dumpsters. That's.
See, I've already started painting. I did some detail work here on this side. You can see it looks significantly rusty. Hey, look, I'm caught up because I skipped all the comments. Hard to multitask. Sure. The 2-inch chip brush should have been what I was using, Richard. Yeah, you're right.
All right. Let's grab your class 1.
Hey, everybody. Hey, the new people. All right. Okay. Which one? Class 1?
Class 1. Starting.
All right. Stand by. I should actually probably switch to the wide lens too. I don't think I can see the whole truck. Oof. Yeah. One moment. It's gonna get bright here for a second.
All right, I'm going to read some of the comments that I haven't hardly kept. Did I ever figure out where those seats came from? Yeah, I believe they were from Extra Speed. But someone posted up a set of RC 4-wheel drive PRP seats, and I really like the looks of those. So I think I'm going to switch to those.
Those are good. I've seen those before.
Yeah, they looked really good. So I think I like that style. I think I'll buy those for the flip truck. The flip truck that I don't plan to flip. Matt, will you please paint my motor and interior for my pre-ordered SCX3? There you go.
I'd be happy not to.
You know what?
No
Send it my way.
Intended either.
Send it my way. I got a clean 1.5 inch brush over here. We'll knock it out for you.
Amazing.
This question says, "What's the point of the body pins if you have screws?" So on that's on that truck up there. Those 2 screws in the side, you don't actually have to remove. You can just remove the 2 body pins and hinge it up, and then swap the battery in and out. So it's actually like super user friendly, which is good for me. Used every color you had available. Oh yeah, this thing. Well, so the silver. This is not painted, but I planned to comp this truck sans roof. Roof? Damn it. Which way did I say it wrong or right?
You said roof again.
Is that wrong or right? Roof? Roof.
That's wrong.
Okay.
Roof.
Anyway, so this still needs painted, and I plan to paint the top black for the one time that I will probably ever run it on anything.
Oh, I'll switch to your feed so people can see your pile of junk.
Right?
There we
So
go.
all 3 of mine were VS410 chassis, VFD transmission, and then this one has the D44 axles under it. And I left the hood opening and functional, which is a surprise for me because I glued the doors shut. Like significant, like they're firmly glued. But opening hood, my inner fenders are in there, and then I've got like a U-shaped electronics tray underneath the hood, and that so I've got the BEC and receiver on top, the winch controllers on the bottom, and then underneath of that still is the actual PowerShift RC winch, and it's one of the stubbies, so it's flipped upside down. The output's pointing up, but it's got the internal spool, and it lines up perfectly with the chassis brace in the VS410. So everything's like super compact up there. So I was able to get almost all the electronics and the winch in one little area. We got the steel bumper, and then I mounted a fairlead on it, which is appropriate. Beyond that, it's got the 21% overdrive kit for the VFD transmission. The wheels are the Method 310s with gray beadlock rings, and the wheels are Cerakoted white. So I had all 3 sets of wheels for these trucks done in a Cerakote finish, which something just a little bit different. Hey, white was a new color. I don't have any white paint, so I reached out there, got a little crazy.
Well, you wild man.
I know, right?
You wild.
I will say that I didn't take the extra steps that we all know Matt would have with like painting indicator cover lenses and stuff like this. It's just all this is very 2002 look. Just very the ricer cleared out. It's
No, I mean, if you want to be accurate to what most tiny trucks are, you shouldn't even have those lenses.
Oh, I'm sure these wouldn't last for very long. Like
no,
these are very temporarily probably shoe glued into place most likely. But the paint is Rust-Oleum orange is appropriate there. I did shoot primer though. I mean, there's that bonus of a step that I took.
I don't know if you see my face right now, but I'm like,
2 stages of paint.
Shocked.
Primer and then paint.
Is there any sanding?
I'm going to do a how-to video on that. So
what not to do?
I did not sand it. No, I washed it with Dawn and then
my recommendation, I'll have everyone know.
I mean, I think I Dawn most of the bodies I paint at least. I mean, those have all been Lexan bodies, but you were very concerned about the mold release on these. You're like, you have to wash it. Well, I'm like, fine.
You to wash it up. One question for you there, Josh. Now you have enough. Well, it's not a question; it's more of a statement. But plenty of time now for Josh to get leafs installed on that 4Runner.
Yeah. Yeah. The business of making things look worse is something that you normally do, like with paint and things like that.
That's correct.
Yeah. But I've got my full interior in here. I think I have you know what I should pull up is my list of claimed scale points that I think we should go ahead and argue through.
Oh yes. Yes.
Like,
that's a good idea because this didn't get to happen this weekend. Actually, it would have happened yesterday.
Right.
When I was going to be standing right behind you, filming you getting your truck torn to pieces because there's so many things on there that I wouldn't consider to be Class 1 legal. So let's do it.
Let me show you how rules should be interpreted. Like,
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right. Like starting at the top, Class 1 hard body. We can agree, right?
12 points.
12 points. Inner fender.
Well, actually, let me bring up the actual document so we can do this appropriately and accurately.
I think I got it mainly memorized. No big worries.
Okay, calm down. You just don't do what Johnny Don't does over here.
Right.
I'm bringing him up.
Okay.
All right.
So,
starting from the beginning, and I'll have the calculator here.
okay.
too.
All right. Now the calculator I think might be a little out of date. You might want to go by my numbers instead, but so hard body 12 points. That's an easy one. We can drop bed I didn't count cuz I'm going to take the
Hold on. You're going way too fast. Slow down.
All right.
I want to make sure that we do this properly. The hard body can be injection molded, so I'll give you the 12 points.
Done. Inner fenders, I only claimed one pair.
Hold on, you're not going in the order here. Drop bed, is there?
No drop bed because I'm going to claim SUV cargo area later.
Okay, all right, fine. We can skip the tube bed or flat bed. Is there a headache rack or roll bar?
I'm going to go with interior cage, so no tube bed. Oh wait, no, I do have roll bar on here.
Do you? That looks like an interior.
Can
cage.
it be both? Like, I don't understand. No?
No, you can't give points for both. One or the other.
I don't. Does it specifically? Okay. I didn't have that highlighted, but it is calced in here. So
Okay, well you're choosing then interior.
all right, I'm gonna
gauge.
delete my roll bar points. That's fine.
Yes, you are. Okay, good.
So
Great. So on to that, interior cages
6.
must have down bars and crossbars in front and behind each
Okay,
row.
there is a crossbar underneath of the dash here that you can't see. There's actually a crossbar right here as well. So front row, here's a crossbar for this next row, and then there's another crossbar down here behind the.
No,
Yes,
that's
a
bullshit.
crossbar.
I'm not giving.
Crossbar.
Oh,
Clearly a crossbar. It goes across. It's behind the seats. And then I have down bars in the front. There's a down bar behind the B pillar, and down bar C pillar. Boom. 1, 2, 3.
what I don't know. I'm telling you here, it's all you get is 3 points. You
6.
can say is, how do you figure 6 points?
2.
Oh, per row of seats. Okay.
Who's the
6.
scale points guy?
I'll give you 6 points.
Done. Okay. Metal slider points. Now, this was one that I needed to finish up. So currently, I will agree that this does not satisfy metal slider points, but it would have, especially if I needed to get there.
Are they on?
So, I have plastic.
Are they on the truck?
I mean, they can be. I can grab them out of the box and.
Plastic sliders, 1 point.
Okay. Currently.
Yep.
What do we have next? Bumpers?
You're at 19 points so far.
Okay. We have a long ways.
Bump.
Bumpers. I have metal bumpers front and rear.
Okay.
At least as wide as the windshield at the narrowest point.
That's good. So you get I always interpreted this to mean that you needed to have bumpers front and rear to get 3 points. Are you saying it's 3 points per bumper? Oh.
I'm pretty sure it says that,
Okay.
right?
It doesn't actually say that. It just says must be chassis mounted and separate from the body. But let's give you the 6 points.
It's 6 points, definitely.
Okay. And you've got your stinger.
Added a stinger, extra point.
All right. Very good.
Fabricated shock hoops.
Oh.
Rear
wow.
only.
So,
rear only. I'm only taking 1 point.
Okay, 1 point.
It's less of a hoop and more of just a bar, but it's not. I'm
gonna give it to you. So no light bar.
Nope.
Right? Okay. Full interior.
Yep.
Includes a seat, dash, steering wheel, and complete floor.
All of it. Check.
Okay. 2 seats, or you?
I got 2 seats
4
and then
seats.
a second row bench seat.
Yeah, I think you get the bench seat counts as 2
Yes.
seats, so you would have 4.
I-
So okay, that's 5
5 points. That's correct. That's what I have. Plus
Okay.
SUV cargo area. Another point.
Fine. No driver, because you.
Yeah. Because I'm not a nerd.
Right.
Yeah, that's that line that we've.
that's where you say.
Yeah, that's that demarcation line. Does not play with dolls.
All right. Okay.
Cool guy.
Axle. There's CMS, chassis mounted
Yep.
servo.
And functional transfer case.
Okay. All right. Okay.
My scale points.
Oh, now. Hear them.
All right, non-functional. There is a fuel.
You get a maximum.
There is a fuel
Yeah, let's
cell
do
underneath of the back here. The one that comes molded with the VS410. There's that.
Okay.
I have mission kit. Separate.
Now, hold on. I don't. Okay. I'll leave that one up to the crowd because that sounds like nonsense.
Shifters. That's.
Part
It's
of the interior, my friend.
It's separate from. If you take the interior out, the shifters are still there. I mean, they don't even have. They don't even have to be. I could put them in the back. They're separate. They're extra shifters. You got a box of shifters in the back.
Wow.
Just saying.
Okay.
Points.
Oh, you know what? Your feed has gotten so bad that your window got really super small on me.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah. It's like your internet connection's gone really horribly wrong.
Let's see. Oh yeah. Hopefully that goes better.
I'm fixing you right now.
Lagging.
Sorry,
hold on, just a sec. I'm just checking stream health stuff. Hold on, just a second.
Yeah. Stream health for me is good, so we're okay for now. Looks like he's having a little issue on the Skype side of things, but we're still rocking and rolling here. Yeah, you're definitely a little pixelated, but I think it's good enough for now.
All right. Well, I'm sure it's everyone who's using as much internet in the area as possible. So
yeah, there's a lot of bandwidth happening for sure.
Anyway,
so bear with us, but we seem to be okay. We were on scale points or scale accessories, right? Your scale point nonsense.
Right, and then I have a pair of mirrors.
A pair of mirrors, yeah, okay.
Then door handles.
Dude.
Door handles.
No. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I'm not giving you those
They're
points.
Separate. They
are not separate. They're part of the body.
They're chrome and they went on separately. What if I threw them in a box in the back that said door handles, like someone bought a pack of door handles?
If they weren't already on the truck?
What? Yeah, what would be the difference?
This is really awkward. I'm not giving you those points. You only need 6 anyway. You've got mirrors. You've got wipers.
Uh-huh.
You have a fuel cell.
Yep.
That's 3.
Shifters.
What were the other nonsense ones that you said you had? Not giving you the shifter points.
Shifters and door handles are clearly points. Then
no, I'm not giving you those points.
I've got this little medic pack thing that was included in.
Yeah,
done.
I know that.
That one, and I've got a piece of yellow paper underneath of the seat for registration.
You're an idiot. That's terrible. Okay, I'm giving you 3, so you're up to 45.
I easily have the 6.
Well, all you need is functional. All you need is 5 functional. Oh wait, you're trying to get to 60?
Yeah.
Oh, you're in trouble.
I should have easy 56. So.
Well, I'm counting 45 right now.
Yeah, convert it to standard.
For your 3 non-functionals. What's your functional scale points? Let's hear these laughable choices.
I have a winch for 2 points.
Copy. Okay.
I have a fair lead for 1 point.
Uh-huh.
Reasonable.
Yeah.
Let's see. I've got my winch anchor.
Okay.
Opening hood.
Is that a functional scale item?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah. Oh, it does say opening hood. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
So there's that. And then.
Can you hear my disdain? This is awful.
Yeah. I think I had some other one. I can't remember. No, that's the only ones that I had on there calc. And I was at 56.
Okay, so the 4 that you just mentioned, that gives you 49.
I took 2 points.
My chat has stopped working too. Darn it all.
I took 2 points off some up there. Oh, I took the roll bar points out, which may be okay. Like maybe you were right on that one. So this should still be 56, you know. And if I needed to, I could always like add this for like another point or something like that.
Okay, so what you're basically saying though is that you're nowhere near 60 points.
I was easily gonna get there. There was a couple of few things I needed to add, and that we're gonna get done in the last day or so.
Okay, now do you want to hear a real scale calculation?
All right,
I can't believe it. The chat is broken. If I refresh this page,
You can do that.
It'll break.
No. You can refresh the
I
page.
can? You're
Yes,
sure?
I just did it on mine.
Okay, I'm doing it. Watch it break.
Yeah, you're fine.
Fail. Because I do want to see what other people think about your calculating. Most people are just talking to RC Sparks now. Door handles count, says
See?
somebody.
That was a clear one. Like,
Gosh,
I'm just saying.
unbelievable.
It's not like I counted beadlock rings. Like,
You should though. That would be hilarious. All you need is some like. Anyway, let's go over a good truck. Would you like to calculate the points this time?
yes, I will.
Joshua?
I will create another column in my spreadsheet here.
Great.
For insert left. Spudge number 1. Okay.
All right. So, starting from the beginning. Hard body. Oh wait. Hey, hold the phone. I forgot to call you on your fender trimming. That's what I wanted to do.
I am ready.
I'm popping.
I am ready to defend this all day and all night.
Great. So this is for me really contentious. Really contentious. The rules state as follows. I'm going to go right back to the beginning, to general vehicle details on Class 1. A street legal. I think I can just stop right there. That's not a legal fender trim.
Absolutely it is.
A street legal off-road vehicle that you would drive to work or the trailhead and outfit like an expedition vehicle, such as the Camel Trophy
So
truck.
there's one problem with that. It's like,
hold on. Body requirements. Only mild trimming is allowed, such as removing flares, trim, molding, and a hard top. You've removed so much fender.
it says
That's not a fender
flare,
That
which as defined is a gradual widening. Thus, if we need to define fender area, most likely. And then, as you can see, there is this flare, a gradual widening of said fender. And only within that area did I trim. I didn't even take all of it. I didn't even want to get greedy. Like, I even left some of the fender flare. Like,
You admit that you were greedy.
I said I didn't even get greedy. And then I even made sure that the fender trim went down to the bottom of the lowest lens on the grill. Like, I'm just reading words and doing what words say. Like, let's, you know.
All right.
I
will begrudgingly accept your explanation, even though it's really questionable. Most people would not.
Most of my
Probably
decisions are questionable, but
Anyway, let's talk about a good truck now. Here's my Class 1.
let me see.
You're gonna pop.
I'm gonna try
so you
and
can watch.
yeah. One thing I didn't do was make a screen that was mostly your face. I'm gonna call this scene Matt's face.
Looks like people are enjoying this video. Maybe give us both a thumbs up or a like if you could. Sub if you haven't already. And hit that notification bell so you get updates anytime the two of us morons talk for 2 hours or longer. Cool. Okay. Already has more stickers than Josh. Yes. Those are scale points in Josh's world. So, where to begin? Start at the beginning. Hard body. So I get 12.
I guess we're just gonna have to imagine what your truck would look like, but that's cool. I get it.
You know what it looks like. I didn't even count drop bed points, but because it's 1.25 inch deep. Thank you, RC 4-wheel drive. So that's 18.
Oh yeah, what was your
50.
truck? Your truck was
The Marlene.
the Marlin crawler.
Yeah. 15 points.
Oh wait, what was the drop bed points?
3.
Okay. I keep changing scenes because I have it all set up on hotkeys on my numpad. So
Yeah.
I need to
Like
use the top
dialing
row.
in the points, and it's changing
Yeah,
all your
all right.
scenes. All right. 15 points so far. There is a roll bar, which is metal. So that's another 2. Are you calculating
It's
here?
all in the spreadsheet here, so I can go back and review your how many, in case I forget how many bed rolls and firewood you put in there.
Oh, right. There are none. Metal sliders.
Okay, well, that's 3
metal
points.
bumpers. 3 points for the sliders, 3 for the bumpers. 6 for the bumpers, front and rear. There is a stinger.
Okay. Just one stinger? You didn't do 2?
Well, wait, hang on. I got one on the back actually too. This bumper is very nice. It's the width of the windshields. This is Class 1 legal. Also incorporates the front leaf spring mount too, which gives me a tiny bit of a wheelbase advantage over a standard RC 4-wheel drive Marlin crawler. That stinger, so you got the stinger point there?
Oh, yep, I have your stinger point there.
Okay, no roof rack, no light bar. Full interior with 2 seats.
All right, that's full interior. So that's 4 points.
Yep, 4 points. A driver. Huh.
Nerd.
Now, Josh, this is what a driver looks like. It is a man with sideburns and a mustache, and they must all conform to that.
See, I feel like you could get an extra scale point for a mustache, but I mean, I guess, that's why. All right, what's a figure even worth? Is it 4?
A figure is worth. He's knees up. He's not a full figure, so he's 3 points.
Let's see. Okay.
Now, here's where it gets exciting. Leaf springs on both axles is another 7.
You know what? I don't even have a column for leaf springs. Like,
yeah, because you've never considered it ever.
God,
which is unfortunate. As this thing flexes for days.
Did you say those are 7 points?
Yeah, I get 7 points for leaf springs.
God, they really feel bad for you people.
Look at all that flex. This thing is flexed. Flex Friday on Sunday.
Hey, Jimmy King gave me $2.
Ah, nice.
Jimmy.
I like money. Chassis mounted servo.
5.
And transfer case.
You do, yes, that's right. What's that? That's 4 points.
That's 4.
And then
now on to the accessories.
Yeah.
All right. Here's where I really shine. So, non-functional. I've got some boxes in the back for holding GoPros. I've got a tripod. I've got a propane tank, which I think we could argue 2 ways.
Are you counting the box and the GoPro separately?
No.
Okay.
I get a point. I'm just saying I get a point for one of them. I don't even need these points, man. I have a gnome on the dashboard. I'm not counting that either. Well, I'll count that. I have a GoPro. Made some little tiny miniature GoPros. So that's probably 6 right there. I got wipers. I've got an antenna. So yeah, there's definitely 6 points there easily. Functional. There is. One moment, please. Winch. So that's 2.
Okay. Do you have an opening hood?
No, my hood does not open. I don't need it to. I count up all the points. What have I got?
I mean, well, so far you've only told me one set of functional, and that would put you at 58. But
oh, okay. So all I need is 2 more points. Is that what you're saying?
Technically. Do you?
Okay, I got headlights and taillights. Yeah, headlights and taillights.
Fine.
60 points. Eat it.
I mean, out of everybody, you would think that you would have the creativity to come up with the points. Like, I mean, like.
Yeah. Well, but I didn't even really have to try.
Yeah.
It just came so naturally.
Fine. Either way, this is easily going to be a 60-point truck. All I need is like a couple more pairs of door handles, and we're done. We're set. So.
Okay, so that's class 1 taken care of.
All right, class 2.
I actually have to run out of the room to go get class 2 because it's sitting by my bed so I can look at it every night.
Did you just say it's sitting by your bed?
Yeah, I'm joking. It's just sitting out in the other room. I'll be right back.
All right. If you thought class 1 got imaginative, these scale points are definitely.
Now you better not have been saying anything mean about me. Oh, this is so great. This is my favorite part right now. Look at this
All right.
truck.
Yeah, you get to go first here on class 2. Let's.
What happened to my... Every time... This is so weird, dude. Every time I switch feeds, your picture gets all huge or small. It's happening again.
Remember when I was telling you about that yesterday? Like yours kept...
Yeah. Keeps popping in and out. I don't understand what's going on with that. It's so weird. It must be just like a function of this being on for so long. Anyway, I'll give you the honors.
Okay, let's. So, class 2, which my VS410 chassis, VFD trans, and then this is the MST JP1 body. Getting on to where the points come in, I am going to be claiming drop bed points on this because this will have 1 1/4. This is 1 and is it 1 1/2 or 1 1/4? Either. I don't know. It's enough. It's definitely there. And then the actual bed liner will be aluminum and not just cardboard. But cardboard still technically, I don't think there's any rule against that you have to not have a cardboard bed. So let's.
Give me a second here. I got to get you full screen because I need people to see this abomination. But I got to fiddle with this stupid thing again. It moved all of you all around. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's begin.
All right. So
you can tell me the points because I don't have this sheet up in front of me.
I'm my 3 points for my drop bed. That even though it's cardboard currently.
3 points.
Then
because you don't get hard body points because that's Lexan.
Then inner fender points since I have like the inner fenders are over there, but front and rear inner fender points because I've got the stamped aluminum. Again how blah blah blah, and then the rear of the bed. I think the drop bed is also going to count as my inner fenders back here. See? See where right now it says Sprite?
Yeah.
Inner fenders.
Were you calling this truck done?
I mean,
before all of whatever,
it was gonna get there is the thing. It's not done.
You were saying this was done.
But
This is how it was going to travel to.
No, it was gonna. By the end of this,
Oh,
this was easily going to be. I think. Well, currently my sheet says 45 points, but it was gonna get there. I've got some highlighted areas where I was going to pick up those other points.
Okay. All
And
right.
I'll detail those shortly.
Okay.
Tube bed, -3.
Okay.
Roll bar, -2.
Mm-hmm.
Now that one was like a little, because technically like it doesn't have a traditional bar like roll, but you know, there's bars that would protect in the case of a rollover. Roll bar.
Fair enough.
So we have that. No interior kit. Metal slider points, because currently it does have metal sliders. So -3 there.
6. Oh, that's 3. Yeah.
Metal bumpers front and rear, -6.
Yeah.
I don't have a stinger on here yet, but I was counting a metal stinger point because that'd take 10 minutes.
Okay, so that's another point.
Yep.
Fine.
Fabricated shock hoops, 1 set, -1, built into the rear
Okay.
cage in a
Yep.
super cool guy way. I know. Let's see. Then we're gonna drop down to interior cover, -2.
Interior cover.
Cover only.
Huh.
-2. It's a VS410
No
Origin
driver.
interior in there.
You get more points than that.
I don't think so.
That's not a cover.
There's
It has to have a dash. Does it have a
has
dash?
a dash.
Uh-huh. You get more points than that.
Is it a full interior?
Yeah, man. Because you can fit a man in there.
I mean,
Not that you would.
right. So okay,
But,
I will gladly take those points from you, and we're gonna drop that up here to -5.
The interior must be deep enough for a scale figure from the knees up, and Brandon designed that interior to fit the bruiser guy who is knees up.
Yes. Alrighty then. Now we're
So,
cooking
yeah.
with gas, right?
So what did you say you had before? 2, but it's actually worth
5.
4.
5.
Huh?
Oh wait, no, 4 because I don't have the
Yeah.
other row. So yeah, okay, 4.
Fine.
So then we're gonna go all the way down to CMS, so -5 there.
Okay.
Functional transfer case, -4.
Yeah.
Now for the scale point side. Fuel cell in the back, obviously.
Yep.
We are full of fuel. Wipers, -1. Let's see.
So that's 2 so far.
Yeah. The mirrors we have, -1. Door handles, -1. You gotta screw them on even.
So painful for me to even listen to you say that.
I mean, come on though. I do have shifter points in here as well. So that's all I had for that currently.
Okay, so I'm going to be generous and give you that extra point. You're at 39.
Gotcha. And then the next part, winch, -2.
Yep.
And then I just had a random floating -6 down here, just assuming that I was going to get the rest of the functional points.
Cool. So we'll just count that 2. So you have 41.
I mean, I was thinking was going to be able to 46 pretty easy, and then some few things here and there to pull through on the rest. But
man, oh man, that's okay. Now we're looking at a good truck again. Josh. All right. So, shall we begin?
yes,
This is my Class 2. It's a hard-bodied VS410 Pro. And I think we're going to have to talk about this, but I think I should get some extra points for this hard body.
you think?
I think.
Are you going to try and
I'll
claim
explain
custom
why.
hard body points?
I absolutely am. I'm going to try to anyway.
I see. So, I mean,
It is pretty custom.
I mean, you
This
cut.
is not how this truck comes.
Wait, now it's not. There's not custom. It's scratch built, right? That is.
There was some scratch building.
There's some scratch. Agreed. However, I'm.
Okay, well, you know what? I don't need them. I just want them. Like most things in life.
Right.
Okay, so fine. Full hard body, 12 points. Drop bed, I get another 3 there. Are you calculating? I don't see you calculating.
It's the lag. I definitely am.
Inner fenders, front and rear.
2 points.
No tube bed, no headache rack or roll bar. It's not a truggy. There's no interior exo cage. Metal sliders.
-3.
Because they are fashioned to the.
You're.
These are cheating points for sure.
Yeah, those were some excuses for sliders. I'll give you that.
What I did, and I don't know if everyone's seen this, I literally just used a 3mm grub screw and bolted these sliders to the existing plastic slider. But they're there and they work for points. Brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Bumpers, metal front and rear with a stinger.
Okay, so that's -6 for the bumpers and another bonus for the stinger.
Yep.
Fabricated shock hoops?
No.
Okay.
I don't need those.
Yeah, of course.
No light bar, no roof rack.
Full interior?
Full interior with 2 seats.
-4.
And a man from the knees up.
Oh, yeah, figure.
That's 3.
-3.
Yeah. Nice. It's a good looking interior too. I actually, a friend of mine, Ryan Luna, he 3D designs a bunch of interiors for trucks that don't have them. And he did a really nice job on this one. This is like accurate for an FJ80. So I feel pretty special.
Hold the jelly bean up in front of the actual camera for a minute. So, you know, looks like one of those Photoshops people do. Take it.
Right. It's like when people are like, oh, you know what? Wouldn't it be cool if Toyota made a Suzuki?
Yeah.
Basically what it looks like. It's a weird looking truck. I'm not going to lie.
Yes. I'm glad the jelly bean's stuck.
This conversion is a real thing. In Australia, they do this all the time. And there's like shops that specialize in making these things. I mean, obviously they wouldn't have the massively cut out fenders. And actually, although some guy on Instagram sent me a photo of basically this truck that somebody had made. I was like, I'm not the only weirdo out there. Okay.
Yeah.
No leaf springs, no multi-axle, chassis-mounted servo, and functioning transfer case.
Yep. So you got CMS transfer case, and then non-functional points. Let's hear them.
Cool. What am I at right now?
Let me copy the formula over. Currently, you're at 43.
So I only need 7 points.
Yeah.
Right. So this is going to be super easy. Oh, I forgot to count the spare tire on the other truck, on the Class 1. So that's where I didn't even need all the functional scale points. Anyway, non-functional. There is a license plate. That counts.
Yeah.
Hubs on all 4 wheels.
Okay.
Fuel cell.
Fuel cell. Got that up here. Okay.
Mirrors and wipers. So I think that covers it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4. Close enough. Then you have a winch, right?
Yeah.
So you're still at 49. I'm sure there's one more point in there that I didn't grab.
Well, functional points. I've got the winch.
Yeah.
It's got functioning headlights and taillights. So I'm over the 50.
Yeah. Fine.
Ow. Boom. Now, this is where it gets interesting because I don't think either of us are very close on class 3.
No. Yeah, my class 3 was definitely the focus of what my efforts were on.
Yeah. I'm going to quickly check some comments here because I've been seriously lagging in that department. Thanks for loving the plate. I'm pretty happy with that plate too. I don't know if Josh has seen it in all of its glory, but yeah. You jelly? You are jelly. This is a great truck, and I think it'll do pretty well. At least I hope it does.
Let's see. Yes, I'm missing all the comments for sure.
God, so many comments.
The oh, Matt, did you by chance try running a course like at K&K with a dead battery?
Yes. But doesn't that sound like something I would do?
You are so unconcerned about performance that you're just like, batteries.
I don't need this battery. Stupid. Who needs that? Yeah, I've been known to do some boneheaded things during comps. There was another one, and I'm switching screens here. There was another one where I actually the pinion was loose on the. It was actually on the SR5. The pinion was loose on the first trail or the first comp course. So I made it through. How many gates do they usually do? 10?
Yeah,
10
comp
gates,
courses,
right?
yeah.
I made it through the 8th gate, and then the 8th gate went into like this massive incline. And it was a bit like, below me. You've been to East Coast Scale Challenge, right? So the earth there kind of evaporates under the trucks if you get spinning. And I was spinning it and throttling to try to get up the hill, and all of a sudden it just kind of rolled backwards.
It's just freewheel.
Zoom right back down. And it was like, oh, huh. And like I tried to winch through, and I think I was like, what's the best plan of action here? Do I try to time out and get a DNF, or do I take the repair? And I couldn't remember. Like I was like, I had like 20 seconds left to figure it out, and I think I actually DNF'd it. But yes, yeah. I also, in another East Coast Scale Challenge, my first one, there was this massive downhill. And I was like, oh, I don't know. Well, hit the gas. Watch this. And I throttled so hard that I broke the front steering knuckle when it landed. And then I had to basically finish the course, and I did finish in 3-wheel drive. And no steering either. So
yeah,
I know.
Yeah, no, the scale points and all that. It was a question, but really, I didn't have a lot of concerns beyond that when it really got to the event.
Yeah.
I mean, other than the fact that I wouldn't have had almost any wheel time on any of these trucks, like it was.
Yeah, we're true. Yeah, I mean, like the Class 2 truck. It's the VS410 Pro that I got originally. The nice truck one.
Right.
Not the nice truck anymore. It's this truck now. But I know how that truck works at least. And the Marlin, I've got a lot of experience with it. So I was kind of confident in that regard. But Class 3 Ripper is sort of like, yeah, I just did that to get it done.
Right. And yeah, like that was the one my Class 1 and my Class 2 are just VS410s. I mean, the Class 1's got a heavy body on it and small tires. The Class 2 is basically like the truck that I drive all the time. It was basically built just like the Pro that I normally drive. I mean, even with the portal axle in the rear, which, I mean, like that thing is, I know how that drives all day long. It's just,
exactly.
But
I mean, putting a 12-pound hard body on the Class 2 probably changed the dynamics slightly of the VS410, but that's why I went droop, because I'm used to that setup, and I know that setup really well. So we'll have to see in November, I guess.
Yeah, right. That, and then, you know, by then, who knows what.
Yeah, you'll have 2 different or 3 new trucks altogether.
I mean, maybe I'll keep the Class 1 just because I don't feel like going through all of that body work that I did again. Like,
Yeah,
washed it before painting it and everything. I even painted that truck myself. 2 colors. I even primed it and I masked the bed off and then painted the orange so I didn't get. I mean, it's in the details, folks.
You must be so proud of yourself.
Yeah. So you want to hear my plan of attack here for Class 3?
Yes.
So
why not?
I'm just going to tell you that the totaling that I have in this currently shows -49.
Wow.
Let me show you how I got there. Let me read you this story.
All right, I'm curious.
Let me adjust columns here so I can see things. Okay. Initially, I'm going to claim that I was going to be able to get drop bed points within this area somewhere. There was going to be an area that was that was kind of a stretch, maybe, but it was this is a fairy tale at this point anyway, right?
True.
Inner fenders.
Real quick, Jaros RC, thanks for the $.
Dollar bills, y'all.
Dollar bill.
Inner fender point.
Back to your
I'm gonna claim.
Oh,
I'm gonna claim a point in there somewhere. Not.
What were you giving yourself drop bed points? So that's
3.
What, 3?
Yeah.
Okay. 3, and then is that all you got so far?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 3.
-1 for an inner fender set somewhere.
Somewhere.
There's gonna be one somewhere, probably in the front.
Okay.
Tube bed -3.
Yes.
We can agree on that.
Is it all tube? Is it all tube beyond?
No, I don't have truggy points because I still have frame rails
Okay.
to here. So I thought about it, but I went
Cool.
easy.
Cool.
Then I've got roll bar points at -2.
Okay.
And this was one I wasn't 100% sure on. So there's the whole thing about flat metal panels, and technically I was going to have flat metal panels on the bedsides. I don't know if you have to have them everywhere. It just says flat metal panels.
I think they need to be everywhere.
That was one that, you know,
questionable. What's it
one.
worth?
Un.
I'll give you the point.
Okay. Metal sliders -3, which are not they're not currently here, but they would be.
Okay.
Then metal bumpers -6. And this in the back here is the metal bumper. See this little bar here?
Oh boy. Okay.
I mean, it's a smaller.
Wait a second. It's not mounted to the chassis rails though.
It's mounted to the tube bed.
I don't think that counts. Because you're not calling it truggy.
Well,
right?
I've got a plate here across the back of the frame rails. It just happens to be in front of the servo.
No bumper. No rear bumper.
I'm stealing it. -1 for a Stinger, because clearly Stinger points.
4 point Stinger.
Then fabricated shock hoops -2 for the rear.
Okay.
Then we're gonna just let's see. Interior cover, dropping all the way down there to -3 because it has a figure in it. So it's -2 normally, but molded in figures give you 1 point, but only one. Even though there's 2 in there, you only get 1 point. So
3.
-3. CMS up front, -5.
Yep.
Functional transfer case, -4.
Okay.
Non-functional points. So I've got a -6 on there. Currently, I've got like fair lead, and there's a hook on the end of my winch. I've got scale screws on each side of the fair lead.
No.
Oh, and the best part, which I forgot.
Are the rest of you as embarrassed as I am by this?
Was this little unit for the tailgate.
Oh, right. Yeah. The scale, what does it say? Leaf springs suck.
Well, I mean, it can say anything we want it to. That's the beauty of said digital tailgate.
I'm still stuck at 31 points here, so how are you going to come up with the rest? Assuming I give you all 6 points, which I shouldn't.
I mean, if you even begin to say that this digital tailgate isn't worth more than 1, I mean, I can make it say anything I want. Like, each one should be its own little point. Like, I have Team America. I have all these pre-programmed set. Leaf springs suck. Team America. I mean, some that aren't even appropriate to say. But so the scrolling LED taillight is
that's a non-functional scale point.
Functional.
I'll give you. That's not a functional point. It doesn't help your truck in any way.
I mean, I disagree.
Good God.
I could convey a message to anybody.
You can disagree all you want. That doesn't. There's no way you get functional.
I can just put what my scale points are on it functionally. Like, it has an on-off.
You know what you should do is you should actually texture that screen, and you can use it as a sand ladder. Then it is functional.
Hey, I like your thoughts there. Perfect,
Yeah,
multi-purpose.
Right? Yeah. Just stick a little bit of sandpaper on the other side, and you're good to go.
And I could have scale
Sean,
sandpaper.
no, the judges are not pushovers. The judges are not pushovers at the Nationals. But Josh, for some reason, has this ability to argue with people. Still, so okay, let's say, for the sake of argument, I'm going to give you all of the scale points.
Perfect.
14. Giving you a total of 45.
I have 49 in here for some reason. How's that work? Oh, I have -8 for functional, and then I've got an extra bonus -1, so that one probably doesn't count.
No, you have 45.
You missed something somewhere. I've got 48.
No, I didn't, because I didn't give you the back bumper. That's why.
Oh yeah, that's
It's one of them. That's 3 points right there. Anyway, 45. That's my number.
All right, currently. Uh-oh.
Currently, that's the way it's gonna end. And now on to a good truck. Again, this, you know what? This was a lot of fun to put together. I know that it was already pretty much done, but getting the Vanquish Capra width portals to fit underneath an SCX-10-2 chassis is challenging, to say the least. But I think it looks pretty good. Like, the thing about here, I'll put it in front of the big camera just for you, Josh. The thing about this one is that it kind of suits the look of the truck.
It does. It didn't look bad at all, actually.
No, it looks better than I thought it would. I was concerned, but yeah, for all intents and purposes, this is fine. It's not. I would never consider this to be a true Class 3, mostly because it's really, really heavy because of all this aluminum, all this stupid aluminum that Vanquish put into the Ripper.
Aluminium.
But it is a heck of a truck.
Are you taking hard body points on that, or?
I absolutely am.
Yeah.
I talked to Tim Samuels about it, who is a bit of a Sorka authority, would you say?
Yeah, I'll give him that.
Yeah. And he was like, oh, yeah, you definitely get hard body points for that, because it is a hard body.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think if I used it, I could technically get custom hard body points, but right.
I mean, anything's possible.
I mean, I should start trying to claim. I've got new thoughts. I'm already thinking.
I know you are. So, are you gonna do the math there? You got a calculator?
I've got you at -12 on the hard body.
Okay. All right. No drop bed, obviously.
Right.
Is there any area for that? What's next?
Inner fenders. Do you have any of those?
Inner fenders. Yes, I do. Again, Ryan Luna, R3 Designs. He made inner fenders for the Ripper.
In just the front or front and rear?
Just in the front.
Okay, so we got a point there. Yes. Ooh, here's the next. What are you doing about tube bed, roll bar? What do you count? Interior? How are you doing this?
That's a good question, and I haven't actually calculated it yet. So let's figure it out together.
I mean, I think you could easily, because you can't get tube chassis points, can you?
No, because it's got
Frame
full rails.
So, I mean, you should at least get tube bed and roll bar, I would think.
I presume that you should.
So, I mean, that at least gives you 5 points.
Yes. Or would you consider any of this an interior cage?
Which, that would be 6 points instead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that as an interior cage instead.
Okay.
Call it
all right,
that.
Let's
give you
do
6.
that.
So we'll give you 6 instead. Sliders, metal sliders.
There are plastic sliders.
So -1.
Yeah.
There
is a front bumper.
So -3 on a front.
Yep.
Stinger.
No stinger.
Fabricated shock hoop. Ooh, that's a tough one.
I think you get them.
I think
because they're integrated into the tube.
But they're not welded to the frame rail.
Oh, snap!
They're mechanically fastened.
And in fact, this one isn't even fully fastened. So I must have missed a screw.
Do you have a rough rack?
No rough rack.
Light bar. What do you do, right?
Yes, I do have a light bar.
Do you just get 1 point even if you have front and rear light bars?
Well, hold on, because I'm gonna have to. I have a smaller light bar on the front, which is also functioning as my fair lead. So we'll save that one for a functional scale point.
So I'll give you 1 point for a light bar, right?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Full interior, no. You have an interior
Yes.
cover. What?
No, I don't, because these are knees up. These are all the way down to the ankle drivers.
You don't have a bomber interior in there?
I do, but if you read this carefully,
that is an interior cover.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. It's a molded.
Why?
Because it has molded in figures.
It doesn't matter. These are knees up. At the very minimum, these are knees up drivers.
What if they don't even have the backs of the knees? They don't even have full knees.
Yes, they do. On the bomber? Yes, they most certainly do. Look.
I'm aware of what he looked, but look at the back side of him. He's hollow. He only has the front of a knee.
All right. Well,
that's an interior cover.
I would have considered that to be more points.
-3. But, listen, fine. Interior covers is my world. All right, you play.
That's good. All right, fine.
CMS, no. T-case, no.
No.
Okay, non-functional points.
I'm pretty sure I got them all. There is a antenna. There are these cool shock reservoirs.
Okay.
There is a radiator.
Oh, true. Okay. Then you've
There's
got
a fuel cell.
Oh, yep.
There is a GPS that I added.
And then the light bars.
And
those are functional.
That's functional. There's a Lowrance satellite thingy on the roof.
The antenna on the top. All right.
So that's 6 points.
Non-funk.
No, these are the functional
No,
ones.
I said now non-funk. I'm giving you the 6 there.
Yeah, good. These are the functional ones coming up. Spare tire.
What is that? 1 point or 2?
That is 3.
Jeez. Okay.
I know.
3. So
I have
5.
a winch.
Winch is 2.
Yeah.
We need
So
3 more.
Well, actually, spare tire is separate from the functional scale points.
It is?
Yeah, it is. Separate points.
I don't even know where to put
I have...
I'm just going to put that
What
in
else
another
have I
column.
got on here? I have hubs on all 4 wheels. Oh, no, that's for...
Okay, so we had winch first, which was 2. Hubs on all 4 wheels is 1. So we're at 3.
No, hubs on all 4 wheels doesn't count. It's that's not.
Oh, yeah, non-functional. That's right.
Yeah. So,
2 points.
what do we got?
2 points.
2 points. Okay. There is a toe strap that fell off, but is on there. Here it is.
Okay, so we're at 3 points.
Sand ladder.
Ladder singular?
Yes, 1.
Is that all you need? Okay, 4 points.
That's 4, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Headlights I have, and tail lights technically.
True. There's multiple LEDs there, so you know.
Yeah. So I would argue that if I'm not counting that as a light bar, I should definitely be able to count that as rear tail lights.
So -5, right? Oh wait, that's -6 because those headlights and taillights are 2 points.
That's correct.
Okay.
So I think that's all I could come up with for functional.
So that's 6.
Although, hang on, the radiator or there's a fan in there. Does that count?
Oh, it is a functioning fan.
Yeah, there's a functioning fan in there.
Why did I?
So I would argue that is a functional scale point.
Yeah. It's cooling the ESC.
Also, yeah, in some way. And then it's also the light bar on the front is counting as a fair lead.
Okay, I'll give you all 8 points then. Fine.
All right.
So that still only brings you to -44 versus my 48.
Ooh. No, you didn't have 48. What are you talking about?
I think I did in there somewhere.
You had 45. I still have it on my calculator. Nice try. So you only beat me by 1 there, but I think if we're counting scale points, I think we already know who won.
Right. Either way, if we're 45, you're at 44.
Yeah, I know. You beat me on one truck.
Right.
By a point. Oh, hi. Look, a dog came in to see me. Let's see if I can get him on the camera. Hi, how you doing, honey? Jump up here. Come over here. There you go. Jump up there. Can you see my... There he is. My puppers.
Yes, I have locked the cats out of the room for this one at least.
Oh, you have. I like having the dog in here sometimes. He doesn't. There's no place for him to stay, but he likes to come in and visit.
Just do his rounds.
Yeah, exactly. How you doing? Did you have a bunch of hot dogs at the park? Oh boy, he's getting trained with hot dogs. It's his high value treat.
Oh wow.
Okay, see you later.
Do you do the noises? The psst, psst,
no, he doesn't. We tried the clicker, but he hated the clicker. He was afraid of the clicker.
Yeah.
What a good dog. Man, oh man, good dog. All right, well, so there you go. We did all the points.
Yeah.
That was exhaustive. That ate up like an hour.
That sounds about right. That's about how long it was going to take me at the tech table to try and get all my points awarded.
That you'd still be there now. Yeah, the Ripper is something else. It's quite the truck. I really like having one. I think it's something pretty special. It's not for everyone, for sure. And I don't know, like after the comp, I'll probably go back. I don't know. Josh, would you keep the Ripper on the
Capras? I mean, it looked really good. So I mean, I wouldn't blame you for leaving it that way.
Yeah, I might do that. It's
But-
actually it's growing on me, you know.
Yeah, I mean, my ripper is hammered.
Yeah, you.
God, I
been
got like,
working.
I think I've stretched a number of rod ends, and like when we were at Axial Fest, we went on a ripper run and just black. I mean, I've got dents in the hood, and it's all just.
Yeah,
So,
we were not nice.
Matt and I's rippers are different. My spare tire is not attached. I don't remember why. Oh, I know why. I had to steal. So this has a Mamba X in it, and I was running Mamba Micro X in my Class 1. But the Mamba Micro X doesn't come with a little sensor cable harness.
Right.
So I stole it out of this one, which I'm sure I will forget until Axial Fest.
Oh, I'm sure.
And I'll wonder why I'm cogging or something like that. So
You're planning to going to Axel Fest this year?
I'm at this point I am planning on trying to make it to both.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, that's sort of my rough plan. Hope everything stays in order for that.
Yeah, me as well. But that's my plan, is trying to make it to both of those events. Badlands just for fun, like just going out myself, having fun, driving trucks, not really trying to bring the booth and all that kind of stuff. Just for
Do you
fun.
know much about that area of the country?
I mean, I've been through it, but it's pretty much seems like the rest of the Midwest. I mean, which is home. I'm not knocking it. It's all pretty similar.
Yeah.
Badlands Off-Road Park is basically just an old rock quarry. So.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I've been to a rock quarry before with my full-size 1-to-1 daily driver.
We should go throw rocks into the. You live by the quarry. We should go throw rocks in. Some people will get the reference. That's it. And so mine is pretty hammered in some areas. I got like the rear corners of my panels are all folded in.
Oh, but look at that laser etching there.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
So,
man,
I can't remember. Do you have this style or do you have the other style of panel? The non-pro.
These are the separate ones.
Okay, so you have there's some differences between your ripper and mine. Mine doesn't have the down bar here like yours does.
Oh yeah.
And then you have the front light bar mount.
Yes.
And then there's some differences in the tube work behind the doors. So that you can't see. And then you have the panels that don't have this made into it, and then I made a little separate mount on the inside where those panels bolt. Because after the first trail rides with this one, I noticed how these were folding in all crazy, and just made a few changes for when we decided to do that special production of them.
Which you're ramping back up and doing more, right?
I will literally kill you through the internet.
Guys, get your orders in now.
Yeah, I'm going to play that video from The Ring, just so you. No, not happen. No.
Yeah, my wife just texted me to let me know that we've got tons of questions we haven't answered. So I'm going to go back through here. I know one of them is from her that says more of the trucks, less of your ugly face, which is my favorite. My favorite comment. I actually got that once on one of the videos early on when I was kind of still getting new to the YouTube game. I'll never forget it.
Before you kind of became numb to the comment world of YouTube.
Yeah, long before that.
Yeah.
They don't hurt so much anymore.
Right.
But yeah, there's a lot of people there that for some reason just love to hate on the internet.
Oh yeah, there's some good ones. That's every once in a while I'm like, oh, that's creative. Like
yeah, you gotta give them some props.
Yeah, it's like, oh wow, I see what you did there. Interesting way to get to that conclusion, but
yeah. Most people agree that I took it in terms of the scale points. So, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody, that's a good comment. Boba Q Altered RC said, "Is that a Mike and Ike build in regards to the jelly bean?" That's good. Good. I should put another driver in there, so it could be Mike and Ike.
Yeah. Oh, that that. Let's see. I'll try and run through some of these comments as well. I know I missed. Oof.
Finding some good ones. Rebecca, also, it's great that Rebecca has her own YouTube account, so she can. She said, "You are a fat loser and you have body odor," which is. Do you remember School of Rock?
Yeah.
There's a little Asian kid who goes, "You are a fat loser and have body odor."
Yes, that was not a bad one. Jack Black.
Yeah, that's a good Jack Black.
One of my favorite Jack Black ones was like, what was it, Orange County or Orange?
Oh, yeah. I think it was called Orange County.
Yeah,
that was
Orange
great.
County.
And they're having relations in the university.
Yes.
And then it burns down.
Why aren't you wearing pants? Had to take them off to run through the flames.
She said it was electrical fire. Yeah. It was electrical fire.
Oh man, yeah. There's too many comments. I try to read them all. It's all just goes.
I know, it's crazy. Someone on Josh's feed said Matt looks like he's about to DJ a kid's birthday party. All right, kids. Who wants to hear that shark song again?
If my wife was watching, I would ask her to bring me another sparkling water.
I've got so many here. I've got the grapefruit. I had a cherry one earlier.
Ooh, I know what I could do.
This one's got vodka in it. Just what?
Success.
Such rules lawyering, somebody said. Well, you know what? You got to stick to the rules in these things.
Right.
These things are stringent and people live and die by the scale points. If you're in a comp and you run a perfect course and somebody else runs a perfect course, and if you guys don't have the same scale points, that's what it comes down to. So it's key to make sure that that's something you've got. Scale points are super important. Very rarely does time come into play on these things. I've only seen that once where somebody had the exact same time as somebody else on a course, and then it defaulted to what was it? It would default to the scale points again, but scale points are important. Yeah. Long and the short of it.
Someone just commented on the lines from the movie. Like, we got a runner, 5'2", portly. That was Ben Stiller.
That was Ben Stiller.
He was the fireman.
I forgot that. These guys bicker like a couple. Sometimes I wonder.
It's long distance relationships. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, Tyler Crawford mentioned that spare tire mount can also be claimed.
Oh, so spare tire mount.
Beat you on the Class 3 truck.
Nope, you were max. I think. Oh, did you not max out those points?
No, that's a separate point, I think.
Or maybe it isn't. Separate point?
No, it's part of the scale.
Yeah, points. No, and you maxed out those areas.
That's true. Okay, nice try. Good try, Tyler. Thank you, though. Course points is where, Matt Romero was saying that course points is where the two of us will differ greatly.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't claim to be a good driver.
And I don't claim to be a good driver. I claim to be a better driver than.
Right. I think that's all it would come down to, is not necessarily being good, just being slightly less worse.
Right. My problem is I would be trying to film with one hand and drive still and winch, but
yeah,
It's all about YouTube. I'm as good a driver as I want to be when I edit my own videos. So I'll be standing on the podium at the end of the event.
Oh, so not a, I guess not a bad comment, but a viewer here says that I look like a young version of his dearly passed grandpa. He was such a handsome man. So he said that, not me. But thank you.
Well,
nice.
You got one compliment for you.
Yeah, exactly. Moose Jaw, it's not a White Claw. It's a Cottage Spring, which is like a
Canadian White Claw
version.
Yeah.
And they taste better. I've tried both, and I much prefer Cottage Spring. This video not in any way sponsored by Cottage Spring.
Right. Yeah, I'm stuck to my sparkling water, Waterloo brand even.
Oh,
it's the Whole Foods brand. So yeah. Drinking that.
Whole Foods has their own brand.
Yeah.
I just did a sparkling water challenge at work. Well, not just. It was like 3 weeks ago, where we had 5 different. Oh, what's that noise? Oh, it's so loud. What is that? Yeah.
Sorry.
What is that?
I muted it even.
It's still going. Still.
All right. Sorry, I don't know how to fix that.
Now it's gone.
Yeah.
What was that?
It was the blender.
Oh. You're making some margaritas?
Yeah, margaritas are being made. Sorry, everybody. I figured that I could mute that and it would fix it. So you guys heard me ask to get me a water.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I meant to mute that.
No, not
Success.
The Odd Couple reboot. Nick LaRusso said that he likes the patina on the crawler on your screen. So let's head over to you there and show that.
Yeah, it's just painted nicely on the outside. It was actually, but I like the color combo, and it's a light amount of patina added. And with the bronze wheels, it all looks really good.
Yeah, you like it.
What the? Oh,
that's all that matters.
A little dig.
No, it's a good looking truck. I like it.
Boom roast.
RC Roar Shock has a serious, true question for us. So why would the scale points be worth more than the driving? Why not just sit and have the points? They're not worth more than the driving. Actually, how do they calculate it again? It's 50% of the total value over the 3 courses, right?
I thought it was per course. Yeah,
maybe
it's per. So if you have a 60-point truck, then when you start that course, you get awarded -30. You get awarded half of the points onto the course. So you basically would start with -30, and then you run the course, your penalties, your progressions, all that go in, and then you finish with a course score. So say you ran a perfect 10-gate course, had no penalties, you would get 20 progression points. So you would end up with a -50 for that course. And if there's 4 courses and you ran 3 of them perfectly like that, and you ended up, but the last one you didn't even start. You forgot to charge your battery and didn't make it to the start line, whatever it is. Then on that one, you don't even get the scale points awarded to you. You have to start the course to get the points awarded. So it's just something that it takes into account on every course you ran, the amount of scale points that you get. So.
Right. Yep. So yeah, too long didn't read. You should definitely drive.
Yes. You also need to drive.
Yeah, it's fully required. Sue Lee asked if you could use a Wraith for Class 3.
Mm-hmm.
And this allows me to use the joke that I got to use when we were testing this.
what did I agree to? I wouldn't agree to judging you for Ree's jokes.
Yeah, you
I would act
can't judge me
surprised.
on this one. Yeah, so feel free to go wraithing with your wraith.
What? This is brand new information.
But yeah, class 3 wraith. There's nothing stopping you from using it. I don't think you'd get a ton of points though. Scale points for sure.
Yeah,
Unless you did some major modifying.
you would have to you'd have to do a lot. I've seen people use class 3 for wraiths before, or race for class 3 before, however you say that. And I think you can get there with a bunch of other, this and that added and whatnot, but it's,
It would be a challenge. And this day and age, the wraith is pretty long in the tooth as well. Like you'd have to do a lot of setup. You'd probably want to rear steer on that one too.
Yeah, which isn't very hard on the wraith, at least.
Easy. Yeah, it's super easy on the wraith, but that would be. I think you'd be at a significant disadvantage unless you were just going to have fun. Then have at it.
So one of the comments under here, I don't know why I do this in video all the time. Like when I have the truck in front of me and I always have my hand under it, like, and people comment on it all the time, and I don't know what.
You used to do a lot of. Let me switch over here. You used to do a lot of this too, where you would like just kind of move the shocks up and down.
Yeah. Do the
just that over and over again.
Especially on live builds, I would sit or live.
Oh yeah.
Live chats like this or whatever. I'd have
keep moving. I
need to be doing, so I would just sit here and just constantly move the suspension around and around and around.
Just keep cycling it.
I don't know why I have this. It's like I want to keep, bringing it up, sell it. Like it's a ridiculous thing. But
Matt Romero just mentioned that we'll both be on the podium handing out the trophies.
Yeah. We'll be on the photos at the end next to the winners, like trophy girls.
Shaking hands. Yeah. Here you go. Here you go. We'll have a microphone in our hands. That's the closest we'll come to.
Well, I have a microphone, so you'll listen to every damn word I have to say.
That's is that the Dundies?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Oh.
Adam Sandler. Wedding Singer.
Wedding Singer. Right. Okay.
Good movie.
Good movie.
Back when Adam Sandler movies were still kind of funny. He had a dry spell for a while.
Oh, Rebecca is doing me a huge kindness and sending me screen grabs of all the comments that we should mention. So you guys are the best. I appreciate all your efforts that you put in on your channels. You both have perfect faces for radio. It's true.
Yeah. We definitely kind of go into our niche here.
Yeah. This is a question for you, Josh. Do you use a hobby grade or / smaller TIG welder to make your cages?
So it's definitely not what you would, probably call an industrial setup. It's a Razor Weld 160P. It's a very, capable welder, and it's got a lot of functions in it that you won't find in like similarly priced machines. But it, duty cycle on it, things like that are probably not going to be nearly as high as like a full, water cooled Miller or something like that. But for what I'm doing mainly, I only use my welder on 110 in a regular, pretty standard outlet. So amperages are pretty low for me. I'm not really doing anything other than RC stuff, and just overall, it's a really nice setup. But like my class 2 and my class 3, I mainly built all with a torch and silver solder. I got a new Detroit torch, which is like it's like a jeweler's torch. I have a regular, like a Smith's jeweler's torch, and that's nice. But this thing has got such a finer flame to it, and it was so much fun to use. And that's an oxyacetylene setup rather than just like a MAP gas torch. And I had a lot of fun building the class 2 and class 3 with that, and the joints are so clean when you use silver solder. It's not as fast in a lot of ways, and The nice thing about like TIG welding is you can kind of like, you can get something put in place and get a joint on it and it'll stay. With brazing, you really got to make sure everything's fitting and resting properly. When you weld it, it won't really hold the, hold tension for you. So you got to be a little bit more exacting.
But I use a Burns-O-Matic map gas torch.
Right. And some sort of oven, like grate.
Yeah. I don't have quite the setup that Josh has yet. There's still time for me to become an expert TIG welder. Thanks for that, though, Josh. That's good.
Yeah.
Scale points question. Would my 3D printed upscaled Lego man count as a driver? Yes.
Doesn't it have to be human? It has to be human.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be. Does it have to be human?
Yeah.
They made that rule.
Adult human, even.
Adult human, yeah. It can't be a child or it can't be an RC four-wheel drive scale driver. Have you seen those poor little men? They're so small.
Rick and those guys?
No, RC4, Rick and Terry and Joe and Larry. And
I thought they were properly sized.
No, not even close. They're like maybe 12th scale, maybe.
What?
They're so small.
When they came out with those things initially, they sent them to me, and they didn't tell me what they were sending me. So like, hey, we have something that we'd like to, and they sent it to me, and they sent me those 2 dolls figures.
They must not know you.
I don't know that they did at the time as well. But did you get those?
Uh-huh.
Did you ever like read the box?
I'm sure I did.
They made they put like a bio on the back of each of the boxes for the figure. I gave them like a backstory, and they're like,
Larry works at Larry works at the pick apart, and
it's like Rick likes to go out into the woods and have frolic it with his friend. Like it was.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, there's some good stories on there.
Yeah. What's a good beginner crawler? Just looking for some ideas. Lower end budget.
Oh, wait, lower end, but I mean, if you're looking at like that $299 to $329, you got like the
MST.
No, I mean technically, but no. I would go like TRX4 Sport, Element, Enduro, or I mean, I think now you're gonna be able to get really good deals on the previous gen axials. Like the SCX.
Yeah, any SCX10 2, you'll get a smoking deal on those.
Yeah. I mean, personally,
you can find a slightly built poncho, be killing it.
Yeah, or I really like the 1.9 Wraith. I don't know why that one was just. I really liked driving that one.
Moose Jaw Joe just tossed me $5 American. Starbucks money, thanks, buddy. Very kind of you.
People now I'm like trying not to mess with my hand under the truck, and people are noticing that I don't know what to do with my hands thing. Like,
you need 2 coffee mugs.
Yeah.
Remember this?
I can't help it.
Wraith 1.9, slightly built honcho. You'd get a great deal on that. There'll be people selling those off like hot pancakes.
Yeah, which is going to be great for the beginning to flip that truck. Like,
yeah, you're going to find a lot of new options for that.
I'm going to be looking for some deals.
Yeah. Oh, Gen 8. Some people are suggesting a Gen 8. Yeah. For a first truck, why not?
Yeah, I mean, I have a harder time suggesting that one. It just, some of the durability stuff is all, but
yeah,
it checks a lot of boxes. But still, I would probably say TRX4 Sport. Like,
yeah,
it's such a durable truck.
Very durable, and it's a good truck because it's simple and easy to work on.
Yeah, I mean,
if that's your first one, you want to get started in your low end budget, TRX4 Sport RTR.
What?
probably.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. Travis Gilmore, I have to thank you guys a lot. I've been wrenching and building rigs, and this is an awesome way to pass time, and I hope to see you do this sort of thing more often. Well, we've got nothing but time.
Yeah. And
So
it's going to, like the live stuff isn't for everyone. But this also isn't like just going to be replacing content. So if you don't like the live stuff, you don't have to watch it, of course. But
yeah, there's still plenty. There's still going to be plenty of actual real videos coming out. In fact, I've got the Builders series starting tomorrow on the SCX 10.3, so you'll be able to follow along step by step, which will be helpful because it's a very involved build. So definitely real content still coming. But this is a good sort of way for us to pass the time and to brainstorm on ideas and come up with new stuff. And show off some of the projects we're working on while we kind of get started. And we do have to talk about Monthly Mayhem at some point too, because that's something that'll be coming as well.
That's definitely one that we're working on right now. I have a proposal to send probably the next couple of days for,
which will be interesting.
It's a reach.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's putting it mildly.
We'll see.
Yeah. If it works out, great.
Yeah, if it works out, it could be a lot of fun, and definitely a challenge. But yeah. We'll see. It's a high bar.
Yeah, it's definitely a high bar. Rollins, thanks for the €5. Ooh la la! Wow. That's cool. I love euros. They're a very strong currency.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. Let's see if there's any other questions here. I'm new to RC rock crawling. I'm new to RC rock crawling. It got a 911 tribute truck. Should I not have it a crawler?
Why not a crawler?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't see why not. Go for it. Do your thing. And someone who's very thankful to Rebecca for sharing me with all of you. You know what? We've had a week together. I'm sure she's more than happy to have me down here right now.
Yeah. Nicole and I did a feed on Friday night for like 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, which I tried to watch, but I had the sound off, and the closed captioning was not very effective.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's like the real time CCing isn't that great.
Yeah, I mean, I watch almost everything else with closed caption on, but the auto generated. I've had a couple of people who must watch my videos with auto generated captions on every once in a while. And someone sent me a message and was like, hey, you might want to go edit like what the auto generated said. I went in there and it was offensive.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
You know what I hate?
Yeah. Oof. Like,
yikes.
Go in there and edit some of that out.
Yeah.
But
Travis said, thanks, Matt, Josh, and everyone. It's so cool to have everyone really for a new so cool to have everyone really for a new guy. Again, love the hobby, love the community.
So one of the suggestions in here is do a street sweeper challenge. Not a bad idea.
That's not bad.
From Gray Matter 45, but
that's not bad.
It's not a bad idea. Most of the time, the suggestions for the monthly mayhems that we get are like, it's just like build a drifter,
build a semi.
It's
build
like
a semi truck.
It's supposed to be like doing something with a truck that's not meant to do that, and it's like turn a crawler into a drifter. It's like it kind of fits in there, but still, it's just like
it's not
putting slick really tires on. At least going fast with a crawler was like the total opposite.
Yeah. Although that street sweeper idea does make me think that we could do something with a Roomba.
Didn't I? Wait, that's what. Remember, I wanted to do.
No, I don't remember this.
It's documented.
You wanted to do something with a Roomba?
I wanted to create our own version.
Oh, yes. This is a good idea.
Yeah, I mean,
This is a good idea.
I could see if things went bad, like, whoops. But either way, Street Sweeper is a good idea as well, though. Like along the same path, at least, as well, and maybe less damage to property that we're responsible for.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. That's probably fair to say.
Yeah, that we've got a number of other another number of other little challenge ideas to do, but we'll see about this first one. We got another thought on it, but we had both posted our drag bolt photos from the other day just because that was.
Oh man, that was a good time.
Yeah. Actually,
we should do it while it's still warm here. We should do it when it is warm here anyway. I changed the wheels and tires on the SCX-10 III because I love these method wheels. I also fashioned hubs out of the old SCX-10 II hubs.
It's broke. I had, so my windshield that I had added, I mean, at this point, I think I've probably said it already, but it was like the biggest help to make this car perform.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause I put that on there and it put the downforce right in the middle, cleaned up the air.
Nice. Nice.
Such a big difference. But it always exploded when I crashed. So, and then
what's your track width on that thing there, Josh?
Stock.
BS. I call BS. How come you would just never tell me? I asked you every single time you took it out.
8.75 inches.
That sounds out of spec.
That is as stock as it gets. I've got a Tekin 120 or 180 for my steering servo.
Yeah.
Little overkill.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've got a pair of stainless Vanquish weights, zip tied significantly to the front there for some. My Euro is right here.
I literally just got what you just said. That's hilarious.
And then I've got the RX-8 hanging off the side, and my Tekin Pro 4 4300. Yeah, Pro 4 HD.
It's a lot of motor.
It is a lot of motor. Yeah, this thing was, but honestly, it was all in my center diff. This center diff setup was.
Yeah, killer. What was that from again? A Losi.
It was a Losi SCT.
Something or other?
Yeah, Losi SCTE center diff, and then I machined outputs off of like a Losi Baja array that fit basically after not too much machining, and then 63 miles an hour. What?
Incredible. I exploded so many shafts, like axle shafts, because every time I would crash, it would just hit a tire on a curb or something and just explode.
Oh, true. And like yours, being under power probably without a diff.
Yeah.
Mine still has the stock gears in the rear, like the stock centered.
That's incredible. Because I must have gone through 4 sets of pinions or 4 sets of ring gears. It was outrageous.
Yeah.
And I only got to 55 or 56 miles an hour. Fail. I know it was a failure. Doing something with a Roomba would be cool. There's a developer kit, so we could make a Roomba crawl. So that could be a thing. There's a stock first gen SCX-10 with the Falcon body for $150. Is that a good or bad deal?
First gen at this point, it's like might not be a bad deal, but
might not be a bad deal. It's old.
Yeah, I probably would pass just because you can probably find an SCX-10 for 200 somewhere.
Yeah, it's probably better. Um, I've still got a new in-box, unbuilt Honcho kit SCX-10.
Yeah, didn't you score that like last year?
Yeah, I got it for I don't know, it was like $200 or something at my local hobby shop. Somebody had it on consignment. I was like, oh yeah, I'm all over that.
Yeah, that was a
Still haven't built it.
cool buy.
Yeah,
Are you
it's one of
going to
those things
build it?
like
Or
I
you
don't
think
need it. I don't know. I don't know. It's still everything's still in the plastic. The tires are still in there. Nothing's been touched. I might
that's
just leave it
the
for now.
Honcho, the kit that come with Proline tires?
Yeah,
Yeah,
trail flat
the
irons.
flat irons.
Yeah, those big ass flat irons. Yeah, it's nice to have. Like I have that new inbox in the under the in the work area out there. And then I've got the Cherokee kit, SCX-10 new in the box, just sitting there too. So now I guess I have to get an XCS-10 and put that away.
Right.
Just keep going. What crawler tires do you guys like?
These gears in the rear of this axle, the stock ones, are like razor sharp. My favorite crawler tires, though, are the Proline BFG crawlers, the 475.
Yeah, I know you really like those tires.
Yeah, they're just hands down. I love the style and I like the performance.
They're not the best tire in the world.
They're the best tire.
in my opinion, the best crawler tire is the Proline Hyrax, because it's not modeled after any real tires and is definitely built for comps.
Yeah.
No, but if I were to choose a great looking tire that does perform pretty darn well as well, I would choose the Wrangler MTR. That tire, which is right here, is so killer. It looks amazing. It's got great treads. It's got the cool non-symmetrical tread as well. And it's a nice tall 4.75 and not super wide. It's got a good tread pattern for like a lot of different terrain actually. So that's my personal favorite. And when I have money, I'd like to get a set for my real truck, my daily 1-to-1 daily driver.
I never ended up driving those tires that I got those tires. I was gonna try them out, and then I never drove it.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, that was. I figured that they would be, fun to try.
They're a good tire. Yeah, they're a good tire. Good compound too. It's that XS double X3 or whatever they call it.
I don't know how many they're at.
They got a lot. They got a lot of compounds. Anyway, good tire. Good tire. Love all the builds both of you do. Have used both of y'all's input on builds and painting techniques. Keep up the good work. Obviously, the painting techniques came from me.
Right.
Also, one question: do you prefer handmade interior or store-bought? And I'll say I like to do my own interiors when I have the time. I was planning on doing one in the Class 2 truck, but just never got around to it. But yeah, I prefer to make my own interiors if possible.
Yeah, I like the bomber interior.
You know the answer from Josh. Yeah, the bomber interior. Oh, wow.
I use the bomber interior on just about everything all the time. Like, just got this new truck, doesn't have an interior. I'm going to put a bomber interior in it.
Yeah. That is definitely the way in which you roll.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to... I think everybody agrees all trucks look better with something filling the cabin at least, so you're not just seeing through it. And
yes,
I just like that darked out flat, black painted on both sides, no figure detail, bomber interior in there.
Yeah, that's definitely something
I would like
that,
I would like to be able to if I would like to be able to buy a figure. I would put a figure in my vehicle. If you could get this just like nondescript looking black Stig thing, like someone had said they wish someone made a Stig. Like I want just like a silhouette of a driver you can put in there. Like I would.
then you would use one.
It's the bomber interior equivalent of a figure. Like like then I'm up for it. So super light.
Apparently went offline from up.
Yeah.
So like if you want like Snake Eyes from G.I. Joe, basically.
Do you just try to be a nerd? Like what you want, guys?
I don't have to
Snake
try.
Eyes. They're just
very naturally.
Actually, the figure that you're looking for would be
Cool. Yeah. Yep. I accept. I know. I know I'm a nerd. Oh, Rebecca said when I said shafts exploding, that's what she said.
That's
That's good. One thing I guess we should mention about tires real quick is that most often tires really come down to the place in which you run them. Certain tires do better on rocks, certain tires do better in mud, certain tires do better in sand or loamy earth. It's like there's no one tire that sort of rules them all. You kind of have to do your own experimenting and testing and trying to come up with something that's going to work for you in the place and drive. When I picked the Hyrax for 2, I knew that tire works really well on the kind of terrain that is in Las Vegas. If I were comping somewhere else, I'd probably go to something, with either a tighter tread pattern or looser tread pattern. It all just kind of depends on where you're running. So keep that in mind. It's not one tire that's going to be the best at everything.
And good tire foams are almost as needed as the tires.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot, in most cases, use the stock foams. You'll be disappointing yourself.
They will last you part of a run before they're so soft that they're just folding over and you'll have no sidewall support.
Yep, exactly. Somebody was asking what I use to switch screens. I use a program called OBS Studio, which is free and super easy to use. You just kind of have to fiddle with it and get used to it. And it's a easy way to do this sort of thing with switching screens. And like I've got everything set up on a hotkey, so I just hit space and flips to the next screen, so you can truck on the bench.
Yeah,
that's a nice way to do it. The way that we're getting Josh on my stream and me on his stream is Skype. Skype has a plugin that allows you to use their stream in a live stream software like OBS.
Yeah.
So that's how that's done.
We spent a few hours just testing and experimenting, and I think that in the end it gave us a look and feel that's good enough. And we both assume that we'll have less than ideal audio possibly, or a little lag here or there, but more than anything, it's just a interesting and something different to do every once in a while. And
it seems to be working pretty well. I don't hear anybody complaining.
Yeah, I mean, I think the start of the stream was, there's audio tweaks and level tweaks and things like that, but not.
Yeah, there's always going to be a bit of fiddling. I hear both of you guys talk about your full-size daily driver 1-to-1 Jeeps. What do you guys have? Travis has a 2013 JK with a small lift in 33s, or had anyway.
Yeah. Mine is a 2009 Jeep JK. which I had like a spacer lift on in 35s for a while, but now it is back to no lift and stock tires or stock size tires. Just it also has 178,000 miles on it. I bought it
Wow.
new in 2009 when everything was tanking, and they were doing lifetime warranties at the time. So lifetime powertrain warranty specifically. So I have taken much advantage of that, and it's we've driven it. We drove it to Canada, saw Matt up there. We drove it to. It's seen the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Gulf. It's been to Canada and
Man, oh,
hasn't been to
man.
Mexico. It's been on a boat. It's yeah. It's been stolen
Incredible.
once. Um,
Stolen. Oh
yeah,
yeah, right out of your driveway, right?
yeah. Back in well, it was in Kansas at the time. I moved out here. Um, I moved out here in January of 2016, and 2016 was the year that I was also getting married. So Nicole, my at the time fiance, still stayed back in Kansas City to get the wedding all planned and done. We got married in June, but we didn't actually end up she didn't actually move out here until November. And we were planning to, I was driving or flying back for Thanksgiving. We were going to do Thanksgiving and then drive the Jeep home with a trailer and all that. Anyway, it got stolen on election night in 2016. So,
That's
right,
bonkers.
it was involved in a high speed chase. Um, and the kid was like 15 years old and he left the emergency brake on the whole time.
Ugh, brutal.
But they recovered it right away, obviously with the chase, and it went to a Jeep dealership, and it was I asked a friend who lived in Kansas City at the time, like, hey, who also ran four wheel parts in Kansas City. I was like, hey, what Jeep dealership to take it to? He goes, here's the guy I suggest. I took it there, and he knew I worked in RC. He's like, oh, my son does RC crawling, and I was like, hey, perfect. I can help you out here a little bit. And then he found out that I was on YouTube, and then realized that his son watched me on YouTube, and basically he took care of the
Oh
Jeep.
boy,
Like everything
that's
got
amazing.
done. It was fantastic. It was like a
Because
new
you know
Jeep.
what? That kid probably pooped in it. He probably pooped right in your Jeep.
you know, again, this is one that's like one of the comments you get on YouTube. I don't know how you got there, but the creativity is at least.
Yes.
Oh, I lost
Well,
connection to
okay.
the
So
chat.
you've got a 2009. I've got a 2019. I'll go. Yeah, yeah. It's a 2019 technically. Um, Wrangler JLU Rubicon, and it's stock for now. Stock for probably some time because the Rubicon for 2019 is pretty darn capable. I haven't found myself in a situation where I really needed to have much more. It does go off road and has been off roaded on two separate weekends last year at AOAA in, where is that? Cole Township, Pennsylvania, and then also at Roush Creek. Didn't do anything like massively difficult, but definitely got my feet wet and had a pretty good time. Not literally, although we did go through puddle pond deep enough to have water come into the cabin, so that was cool. But yeah, it looks a lot like this truck on my desk right now, except it's sting gray and doesn't have a black grill. But otherwise, it's stock JLU Rubicon, and it's pretty killer. I like it a lot. I like my Jeep.
Yeah, my. Have you owned a Jeep in the past?
Oh yes, my dad worked for Chrysler in its many forms over the years. So he started at where did he start? He started in Windsor on one of the van assembly lines as like an 18-year-old kid, and then he made his way all the way up to like upper management by the time he was in his 40s. and he over the time became a launch coordinator. So what he would do is he would be shipped all over the country and go organize the factory for the switch over to the new vehicle, whatever they were making next. So from the van place in Windsor, he went to Brampton, where they had a Jeep assembly plant where they were making YJs, and it was like they were starting the YJ platform then. And then he went on to the AMC plant where they were making the Premier, which was a Renault actually. And then they started making the LS, like the all the Concorde, Trepid, 300, all that stuff. So he passed away long before they got into the Challenger Charger world, but he would have loved to see those, I'm sure. So yeah, but yeah, we've had tons of Jeeps, XJs, TJs, YJs. We had one of those. Do you remember the YJ Wrangler Renegade that had
The
those
molded
like
fender,
crazy
the
plastic?
molded flares
Yeah,
everywhere. The crazy thing.
yeah, yeah,
Looked
yeah,
like it melted.
yeah, yeah. we had one of those, which was pretty awesome back in the day. Like I was like, gosh, how old would I have been? I hate doing math, but I was probably like 12 or 10 when we had that. Anyway, we had all kinds of Jeeps over the years. Every single one except a CJ and no JK, actually.
Yeah, my first Jeep that I personally drove and had. My first car was a '97 TJ.
Nice.
It was a 4-cylinder, 5-speed, no air conditioning, no carpet in the back, no back seat, vinyl seats, half doors with vinyl windows, whole deal. Had that one, then sold it, and had a car in between. I had a Corvette, I had a '90 Corvette. Oh,
A 90 Corvette.
yeah, C4.
Oof.
I had that for like.
That's when Corvettes were barely Corvettes. Good Lord.
So I had that Corvette for like 7 months, and then sold it and bought a new 2002 TJ, and that was a Sport or an X or whatever they were at the time, and that was the actual 4-liter inline six, still a 5-speed though,
Nice.
but had a lot of the other features at least, and that was a great Jeep. And then I sold it and got a VW Passat.
Oh, so sensible.
Yeah. And I had that from 06 to 09. And then that's when I bought this one.
Cool. I'm also a proud former owner of a Jeep Compass.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. I think you had that during the mayhem. Like.
No. I had the Cherokee then.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Almost as bad.
Cherokee Trailhawk. No, the Trailhawk was nice. I liked the Cherokee. There was nothing wrong with that truck. Well,
okay.
There was nothing wrong with that SUV.
Right.
It was a nice truck. It drove so well on the highway.
Yes. As you would say, very sensible. Like.
Very sensible. Lots of space in the back.
Yeah. Hope you got a big trunk.
Because I'm
putting my bike in it. I've lost several parts. I don't know what I did with them. Like,
somebody, Freak Boy wants to know what the best phones were used. I think we can both agree Crawler Innovations make the best aftermarket phones.
I like I run Proline tires and everything, but I still much prefer the Crawler Innovations foams over the Proline foams.
Yep. Proline's foams are pretty good. They're a little firmer.
They're pretty good.
They're
not as consistent, I feel like. I don't know. I just don't like them as much.
Jack, I live in Toronto, Canada. And then, someone wants me to put the SCX-10 back on the screen and work the suspension. Get real nasty with it. will do that. Because why not?
I amaze myself with the ability to lose something on a fairly clean bench.
Baby, I'm amazed the way you lose me all the time. There was another question here. Oh, I'm working it. I'm working it.
No, I'm not.
What truck is that behind Matt below the top shelf? It's white styrene. That is a Unimog, like 46 something. I don't know. It's a modern Unimog on a Traxxas TRX4 Sport that I put incision links on to make it the 12.8-inch wheelbase or whatever it is. Lots of room in that suspension to move around. That truck will be featured in a video shortly because I should probably prime and paint it and call it done.
What's on the bench?
What's you have to point at the letters as they come up. What's on the bench? That's what you do.
How many takes does that take?
0. Takes one take only. I'm an expert at filming. That's one thing I wish is that I actually kind of kept track of all the outtakes and stuff and all the swearing.
Yeah.
There's a lot. There is a lot.
Yeah, that's something I would like to have I would hate to actually tally that up because while I try and keep it fairly PC on when I'm editing and putting out video, like the actual process when I keep screwing up over and over.
Yeah.
It's much less polite.
Much less. Just doing a little bench flex here for everybody. Oh yeah.
Your SCX.
There's a lot of travel in these new shocks.
Oh yeah.
For a 90 mil shock, it's a long travel. Looks good though. RC Sparks is back. You would have a lot of footage. Oh man. There's so many outtakes.
Yeah, the amount of hard drive space it takes to keep footage. I don't keep all of it. I ditch most of it, but
I ditch all of it. I shoot it, I edit it, I save the edited 4K master file on a backup drive, but then I ditch all the footage because there's not enough hard drive space in the world.
Yeah, that's my problem is like, I've got a little backup server that I put stuff on, but it's
no kidding. You have a backup server. What a nerd.
Right? It's not massive, but it's why did I do that? It's what do I have? 32 terabytes for backup.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Four 4-terabyte drives. Wait, that's not right. I have 16 terabytes.
That's good. Both you fellas are awesome. Thank you both for what you do. I'm new to this and was wondering what battery plugs do you prefer?
XT60.
I have Deans on most things, but I'm switching over slowly to is that the Spectrum one?
Is that the what?
Is that what Spectrum uses, or the sort of the faux XT60?
Yeah, they call theirs an EC60.
EC60, yeah.
Or EC, no, sorry, not EC60, EC5. They have EC3.
Yeah, there's EC3 as well.
The EC3 is the small one, just like XT30.
Right.
Then right. XT60 and EC5, and then I think that they have a larger one, which is probably, I don't know.
That's for the big batteries.
Right.
It's for the 6S
like
batteries.
the
4S.
What did I get last? When I bought that not Notorious. What did I buy? The Infraction.
The Infarction.
Yeah, that was the first Arma I bought that had during Horizon ownership, and it came with those big like EC9 or 3 or 7 or whatever number it is.
JK, who drifted a Jeep Compass around on Ghost Lake. My wife is from Cockburn, so not too far from there, I guess. Oh, hi, John Schultz. Hello.
Yeah,
I'm not wearing my Element shirt today because it's friggin' cold in my cave.
let's see. I like the EC or the XT60 so much better just because they're easier to solder. You can actually solder onto the bullets, and then you can still turn them to make sure you don't get like that wire that sometimes has got like a half a turn more than the other.
Yeah.
They're so much easier to plug and unplug. And then the FPV guys all use them, and they've got some of these cool like hard mounting setups for them, and just there's
Oh yeah, nice.
a bunch of that. So I've switched over.
I should switch to those.
I don't think I have anything anymore that has Deans on it.
I invested so heavily in Dean stock that I've got like 600 of them floating around here, so I feel like I got to use them.
Yeah.
Maybe I could sell them.
Yeah.
I could give them away. Actually, I could give them away every time I sell a truck. I can just give somebody a set of Deans.
Just a baggie of Deans.
Here you go. Josh, where do you start when tuning a suspension?
So unlike Matt, I do not like droop at all. I don't like droop setups. So my, like for a comp either, like I like a suspension to sit with a little bit of sag to it. So it's not going to sit all the way at the top of the shock, but I want to get the ride height for right first. So with like up to maybe 40% compression at ride height. So do that either with different shock or spring rates or just with some preload adjustment. And then from there, it's just, if you have adjustment in your chassis, you feel like your truck's unloading or loading up oddly under power, there's a number of little tweaks or things you can do. But mainly I just get the ride height right, make sure that it reacts properly to, like when you lift a tire, making sure that it actually is working the suspension. I like the front to be usually a little bit softer than the rear as far as movement. I like the rear to stay slightly more planted, just because a lot of times with what we're doing, we end up with a lot more weight on the rear. So if the rear's super soft, when you're trying to get the front up on something, it transfers all that weight to the back. It might have the tendency to want to flop around more. So let the front be a little softer so it can start to do the work while you're nice and controllable. There's so much advantage to having a front steering axle. You can move things around, but with the rear, it just follows you. So I don't want it to have as much movement. But there's my basics.
Good answer. The rough weight bias on the 10.3 with no battery is 55 front, 45 rear, and 50 side to side, the way I have it set up with the ESC on the driver's side.
Don't you like those little scales? We both ended up buying those.
Oh yeah, it scales
it's the corner weight scale setup.
Yeah,
so unnecessary and so just.
I know,
but it's
you don't need it.
Just
but
fun.
It's great to have, and it's nice to go. Okay, the weight bias is pretty good. And get this all figured out.
And I mean, if it's for anybody, it's for a couple of YouTubers, like.
Right, exactly. If anyone's gonna have one, it's these two nimrods.
It gives you, like, what's the weight bias? Well, it's actually exactly 55%.
It's this exact many grams too. I love that I was able to get like 6.97 pounds, no battery.
Right.
Curious to know how Matt's RC 4-wheel drive C2X build ran with the Micro X ESC. I'm worried mine will be too heavy a build with a stubby 2700 kV for that ESC. Holmes himself said it would be okay. So I haven't actually I haven't actually run it yet, because when I built that truck, it was storming, and then we had nationals to prep for. So now that that's done, I guess I could actually take it out as long as I go by myself. Should be fine.
As long as you go. Oh,
and I'll let you know. Yes.
I didn't understand. I was like, why does it matter if you go by yourself? And then I forgot.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
I forgot about the world and all that.
Yeah. Yeah.
See?
Still have trouble with filling shocks, Incision, SSD, Proline. Would one or both of you consider doing a video on your filling preferences?
Yeah, I have one done that I need to get finished and edited. It's just from like when I did the Ultra build. Almost every time when someone has problems building shocks, it's because they're overfilled. Like you're overfilling.
Yeah, hydro lock.
Yeah, or or it goes beyond the hydro lock and it just, that shaft coming into the cavity is displacing more than it has the room for, and it pressurizes it and then it just blows the oil out of the seals. And once you do that once, you're done. Just
rebuild it.
So
Yo, Matt, I'm considering getting rid of the red Rubicon body on the SCX-10 too and going for a low roof body like a Deadbolt. What other options are there for low bodies like the Deadbolt? Well, funny you should mention that. Josh and I were talking yesterday about the Proline. What is this thing called?
It's the CGR Bronco, right?
CGR Bronco. Yeah, it's just like it's got the cage, which I don't think I have. But it's a nice low slung body, and it's got a nice interior. So that's definitely a good option. One I would certainly recommend anyway.
Yeah, I've got the same body, and I've got like a custom UC fab cage on it. And I used it on one build, and then I ended up taking it off and doing something different with the build. But it's just a good body. And at the same point, like I know you're talking about a low roof option, roof. But
careful with that.
The the body you see all the time, the Proline Power Wagon up there, while the roof section is not low, it's got such great approach angle when you cut the fenders off that the performance of that body is phenomenal.
That thing is killer.
So.
I love the Proline Power Wagon body because it was on the truck that I built to beat Josh at Proline by the Fire.
Contested, but still.
Yeah, contested all you want, pal.
Saying.
Man, these headphones are starting to hurt my ears. Josh, love your scaled tower back there. Great lighting, very alluring setup, man.
Yeah, it's very YouTuber. It's that whole setup there is about $100, like minus trucks, but the
no, with the trucks.
The shelves are from IKEA and they're called the LACK, LACK. I think they're about $50. And then I guess the LED strips that I've got on there are from Amazon, and they were all of about $12.
Good value.
And they have a fancy little remote that you can make do all kinds of things. Change all the colors, make them flash. And then I've got an additional light right there.
Not many people. Ooh la la! Not many people know this, but I've got lights back there too. Mine's a Hue light strip, and it can change color on command. But this webcam doesn't show a lot of options. You can see blue.
I can kind of see the reflection up on the
it's not changing too much.
Humvee up there.
There's green. See, it doesn't show so well here, but it shows really well on the good camera. Anyway, yeah, my setup's more like, what would you call this? Workshop chic.
Urban lumberjack, like
urban lumberjack. There you go. But yeah, these are all IKEA shelves as well. They're not lac. They're Billy bookcases, I think.
We found the only 2 IKEA products with single syllable, or well,
Yeah, they're
at
not
least
the
pronounceable
Pooply
names.
or the Horfindon. Um, just going through some more questions that Rebecca's taken out
I'm
for
looking
us
at
here.
Josh, when are you going to finish the RC 4-wheel drive Blazer project? I don't know when I started a Blazer project. I had the
You should get
I had
on
the
that,
TRX4 Blazer with the air ride.
Oh, yeah,
which I do need to finish. That
what happened to that?
That one's still at the office. Like I've got all the cars that don't fit in here. I have at the office still, and that's one of them. That one I will get back to. I want to hardline all the airlines to it and just be fun. Let's see. The creep body. I actually don't mind the creep body. You do not. You have a different opinion on that one.
I do not like that body. I think it's ugly. I think it's so ugly.
Yeah. I mean,
it is a creep.
It's an interesting name choice that they went with.
It's true. I think they could have done better. I'll put it that way. What do I think of the Proline Big Bore shocks?
Have you used those yet?
Traxxas Big Bore?
No, the Proline came out with the Big Bore scalar shocks.
Oh no, I haven't tried those yet. I'm trying to, like, I'm looking around going, what could I have that would have those?
Right.
No, I haven't gotten any Proline shocks in a long time.
Matt, someone asked, and I wonder as well, is the valve behind you functional?
Yeah, okay. It is. It's
is it your outside water spigot or something?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't even remember. I can't remember if I turned it off this year, if I'm honest.
It seems like one of like a steampunk touch. You'd be like, I know it would look good. We're gonna put a valve in here.
You know what I don't have that I should though is like a one hanging Edison bulb.
Yes, the single Edison bulb. Not the whole string, but just the one Edison.
No. Just one.
That's another classic YouTuber move.
Yeah, absolutely. I need a white pot with a green succulent in it.
Yeah, there's that for your macro shots.
If you notice, most people's desks in like how to build a PC or keyboard reviews, there always is a white pot with a green plant in it. Always.
Yeah, and oftentimes there's some sort of like wireframe desk, element, totally. Like some sort of like pyramid made, just wireframe. Which
got a leaking shock that droops. What's the best way to fix it? Rebuild? New seals, probably. Green slime. Here's a good question. This is a good question. What do you do with the length difference of the Hilux hood and fenders when doing a pinch on the front end? What I do, and I'm going to switch over to me for this one because this is all me content. What I do is, for example, on the LC80 here, I did a pinch on this. And what I did was I actually cut the whole hood out, did the pinch on like how I wanted it to be, matched up the hood contours so, this angle worked. And then I just trimmed off the top of the hood. So I didn't have to adjust the actual forward part of the hood. It just kind of set back perfectly. So that's how that works. But yeah, take it from the rear closest to the windshield, so you still have the front lining up and it doesn't look like you chopped it up at all. So simple.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever tried to pinch a hard body yet.
Oh no? It's awesome.
I don't think so.
When it works. I fouled it up a number of times getting it right, but it's hidden under all that crappy paint.
Right. Yeah. That's one of my next endeavors is going to be molding carbon fiber.
Ooh,
Yeah,
fun.
I'm gonna get a vacuum set up and a bunch of pre-preg and make my molds and
That's cool.
try and do some of that. I think that's a
Hook me up when you get on that because I want carbon fiber.
yeah. I want to do.
Hey Blake, thanks for the $4.99, man. That's amazing. Thank you for all the useful information and of course the laughs and the awesome builds. Appreciate all your contributions to the RC community. Well, thank you for watching, Blake. That's really cool. Thanks, buddy. No, this is not a White Claw. This is a Cottage Springs, which is like White Claw, but it's the Canadian equivalent. So it doesn't make you go crazy when you drink it. It's just like, you know.
Yeah, it's the polite version.
It's gluten free.
Oh wow! Yes, that sounds perfect. So evidently that was your blazer. You started a blazer? Oh, that was the one that you showed me yesterday. The one that used to be a blazer and now is not. It's a thing.
It's not a blazer anymore. It's a K. I think I've landed on K8.
Yeah.
Or K10.
That's what we're up to.
I don't know. I'm gonna try to get it out here and put it on display. But it's the SSD Trail King. Oh gosh, making a mess. This truck is a truck. It's a man's truck. But I'll probably get a girl driver for it. I'll get a lady driver for this thing. It's what is this? SSD Trail King RC 4-wheel drive blazer body, but it's got oh gosh, Mod 19's conversion kit to make it the longer wheelbase K5 or whatever this is. It's a pickup truck, and I've already done some cruddying up, putting some rust holes in there and bending this a little bit. This is a 3D printed piece, front of the bed, and then also the rear of the cab. And eventually it'll be all mounted up, and then I'm going to do a lot of weathering. It'll be a fun weathering project.
There's some comments coming in about your drink choice, and I'll have to say my favorite one here is says, "We should down 2 4 Locos and burn the lawn furniture like a man."
Yeah. Well, that sounds like something I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a question I think both of us should answer. It says, "Hey Josh, have you ever thought about doing a full metal body on a rig like a Toyota body?" And I've attempted it once on a truck that looked almost just like this.
It's true. I remember
but
that one.
I would like to try again something like that, but kind of with a combination of like making molds and doing that stamping technique to actually try and get the more compound things. And I've looked at it in a couple of ways. I've looked into some the way that I would like to do it, I'll say, is using I'm not gonna remember, I can't remember the word right now. Like, what's the furnace that people use when like not smelting, but like melting down metals at home?
Blast furnace?
There's a word for it. I can't remember. It's not. Anyway, but like taking and actually making a cast of a panel or a body portion, not a whole body, but just a portion at a time, like say a fender and a hood and a grill, taking and making a cast and then back pouring it to get that piece out of metal, thick though, and then putting that in a press and using the rubberized bucks in a large hydraulic press to form over it. It's a method people use for stamping metal at home, for like making airplane parts or things like that, and for like home built and things. There's a number of little things. I got into looking when I was doing the 3D printed stamps, but I think to try and get like detailed body stuff out, I would like to go that route. But forge, that is the word.
Forge.
Forge.
Yeah, that's the word. Have you seen any of Metal Masher's builds?
Yes.
You know, Blake
And
Levisberger?
I've done some of his stuff before, like where he makes the plaster of Paris mold and then back does it with a Bondo.
Yeah.
And then puts the aluminum over it and like stretches it. And I like that. And the only reason I would like to do it with like the actual press is just for 1, speed. 2, I think I could use some heavier material. And just, there's a number of things. That's kind of what a lot of the parts that I like about the hobby is like, I'd like to try carbon fiber molding. I'd like to try some of this metal, work and pressing and trying to learn other things that you can do, but just not, and applying it to the hobby that I like, but just finding a reason to learn something new and try something else out. But I don't want to build my own forge. I want to try and find someone with a forge and then.
Yeah. It's a lot of effort to go to.
Yeah. That's just, I don't see myself likely using that as much as something else, but.
Get your hand out from under that truck.
Can't help it. I'm trying not to, and I just can't.
Good God, man. Are we gonna be at RCX in November?
I'll be there. Well,
I will.
I don't remember when they moved it to now because let's see, rcx.com. Let's see if they updated the website. It got moved to November 7th and 8th, which is that? Nope, we will not be because that is the weekend of Scale Nationals now.
So no, we will not be there.
Damn, I was going to go to that one.
I wasn't going to be there. So you're not going to miss me.
So, yeah, that's...
Do we build Tamiya kits? Yes.
The greatest Tamiya kit of all time. It's right here.
I've got one around here somewhere. I've got a CC01 in a box. I've got a CC02. I've got a Dancing Rider. I just haven't built it yet.
There is no better RC. There's no more fun you can have with an RC car that costs $100 than a Dancing Rider. It's just not possible.
It is a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to having mine done. Pat Blair, I have done styrene videos and how to build with styrene on this channel, so you can check that out at your leisure. Can I hide Josh's face? I can.
I'm getting a lot of a similar question over here. Yes. The Dancing Rider, for those that have never seen it, the steering servo is in the back, and it tilts the whole upper portion. The front has no steer. It just follows. It's all just passive. But when you steer, it just lays itself over. And then if it rolls over on you on the track, you just steer and it pops itself back up. So no matter how you roll over.
This is the thing about Tamiya. They do the goofiest stuff ever. And most people will be like, that's stupid. No one's going to buy that. Why is that a thing? But then they probably have sold thousands of these.
Just from people I've recommended.
They should do a Harley version.
Yeah.
Of the dancing. Like your head.
If that doesn't entertain you for hours, I don't know what will.
I see you went to the trouble of not painting your driver.
So much fun.
That is a fun little thing. I can't.
And once you get 2 of them, so driving one is fun. And if you have like a slick surface and you kind of drift it into a corner, super fun as well. But as soon as you get 2 of them together, it's ridiculous.
Amazing. 2 more questions here. Josh, what do you think of the JP1 body you used on your Class 2?
It's a fantastic body. I mean, quality on that body is some of the best. Like, it really, it comes with the hard molded plastic grille, the wipers, the door handles for extra scale points, the mirrors, the light buckets. I mean, it really is just and the quality of it is nice, and it's thick AF. It is a really nice body, and it's a cool style.
Yeah, it is. It's a nice looking body. I'll give it that for sure. That's the MST,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
That's part of that truck.
The CFXW that it comes on, like in the actual kit, not a truck I enjoyed, but that body, pretty nice. And they're coming out with an FJ version. Did you see that?
I did see that. I can't wait to buy the truck off of you when you don't want the
Right.
the truck.
Yes. You will get
I mean, I don't want.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna get a bargain.
Funny story. This is a funny story. I had an MST CFXW that I built, and I started to put together a step-side Hilux on it. And then Matt Kearney was like, "Hey, I want to check that truck out." And I was like, "You can have it." And I shipped him the truck, and I think he sent me 2 boxes of random axial parts as like a thank you. So I've got somewhere in here I've got 4 different Wraith Poison Spider bodies uncut. I've got a JK, like the silver JK body, and then a random selection of bits and pieces to make up like half a Wraith.
Jesus. You know what? I think you got the better end of that deal.
I think so too. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, oh man, like I have a CFXW still, and I still have is it just the CFX or the CMX? CMX. And if you want just like a little scale platform that you're gonna throw a 35 turn on 2S, like it'll probably be fine. But
sure. Yeah, it's a trail truck, right? Or like it's a good base for a scale build. Like not anything you're gonna really drive hard.
Yeah, as long as you don't use it, you're fine. Just
it sits on the shelf.
It's gonna...
Yeah, if it's just sitting on the shelf, it's gonna really.
Yeah. They will hold a body just almost as good as anything. Like,
wow, the sheer non-usability of that chassis is just fantastic.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, it's no bomb. We're not going to go there.
I will give you that. I think I would still buy a CFXW over a bomb. I still have my bomb.
Because no one will buy it from you.
I just don't know that I could sell it to anybody and feel okay about it. Like, here, you shouldn't buy this. You make terrible decisions. Like,
here's a good comment. I left Josh's stream and came to this one because his is lame.
That's got to be Schultz.
No, it's not. It's another man sniping you.
I got $4.20 from RC Ranch.
Oh, 420. Oh,
I get it
now. I get it. Yeah. I hope somebody sends me 69 cents. So
you can't. You can only send, $1.99.
Oh, 99 cents is the
Right.
least. Maybe someone will have to be really generous and send like $6.
Oh, I
No,
was just gonna
that
go right
won't
to
work.
$69.
Six.
Like,
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't
let's
want to.
let's get
It's
crazy
not.
and yeah.
Whoa! Don't do not send me $69.
You can't say bomb on YouTube. I'm a bombardier. Bomb, 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 bomb.
Somebody's asking if their comment got deleted. I want the Tamiya CRX, but can't find it. What's the CRX? Like the Honda?
Oh yeah, do you remember that? It was like a.
Oh, yeah, it was on the
Was it CCO1 platform?
it was on the MO6 or no, it was on the MO4 or MO3.
Yeah, I never owned one of those.
You know the I liked the MO6. It was impossible to drive, but it was a fun little car.
I never owned any of those Tamiyas that were or Tamiya. What am I supposed to say? Tamiya.
I don't know. Some people say Tamiya. Tamiya.
Yeah. Other than I had TXT1s, Clodbusters,
Yep.
the
Monster Beetle.
Amazing Dancing Rider. Nope. I had a High Lift. And I don't know.
I had a TT01. It was the Alfa Romeo Vorsteiner model. Man, that was a good car.
Yeah, I mean,
Bullet.
There's so many. Like some of the people, just like the amount of Tamiya models, Tamiya that they've owned or had, how many models Tamiya's had in general. Just
yeah. James Knight has a pretty amazing Tamiya collection. In fact, he's got a pretty amazing collection in general. When I was at his house before by the fire last year, he took me on a tour of his garage, and it was just like every single car you could think of, like original, unrun Avante. Remember the Avante?
no.
It was blue and yellow. You should Google it. It's like it was the car that Tamiya did. It was like a buggy, and it was like way ahead of its time.
I remember that front suspension on it.
So expensive. Yeah. And then the egress came out after it to sort of better it. But when that thing came out, people went bananas for it.
Yeah.
And he's got like it's unused, sitting on the shelf. It's so crazy. I like Tamiya for that stuff. I really like their out of the box thinking. Their weird products. It's similar to Kyosho too, right? Like Kyosho's all kinds of wacky stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know that anybody's got as crazy as Tamiya has on some of their, weird things. But, well, I guess, there's like chain drive Kyoshos and, getting some of that stuff weird. But, it's just, Tamiya doing cantilever suspension on stuff that doesn't need cantilevered, and they just like to put things together weird. What did I have? They had their scale truck. Was it the CRO one? Remember that? It came with an FJ body first. It had cantilever suspension and just this massive C channel through it. That was in the early days of that would have been like 2009-ish, around probably 2008 or 2009.
Maybe earlier even.
I guess it could. It wasn't any earlier than 2007, I guess. Because I moved to Kansas City in 2006. I remember the apartment that I lived in when I had it, so it was somewhere in there. But yeah, that was a wacky thing. That was right around the time of like the Kyosho Rock Force.
Oh yeah.
Which was
I remember the Rock Force.
Terrible car. Terrible. Mm-hmm. Like one, but yeah, very, very odd times. Let's see. Oh, I miss going back to comments. Oh,
did you finish yours? Is yours done yet?
With appropriately painted interior,
Good
There's 3 colors in this paint job. White, orange, and blue.
Where's your blue? Where'd you put
The helmet.
blue? That's not accurate to the box art. It's red. The helmet's red.
Is it?
Yes. Blue helmet. Jeez. Come on.
Ah, damn it. You're right.
Ha-ha! Buggies are cool. I want more buggies in my life.
Did I tell you the
But
story
vintage.
about this when I got this? Or about,
Tell me.
you know, the guy who was like the big deal with this car and won nationals in 1984 or some year like that.
Joel Johnson.
Joel Magic Johnson, right?
Yeah, Magic
when
Johnson.
when we got these or whatever, I was like, oh, I'll look up some backstory on it, because I don't know, and I'm not a retro RC guy. I don't know anything about it. And so I start looking it up, and they're like, this big re-release of this car that Joel Magic Johnson, and I was like watching the video, and they were like doing an interview with him showing the re-release of it, and he was talking about it. I was like, oh, I know that guy. Like I spent several hours talking to him in Champaign, Illinois one year, like when we were at one of Horizon's dealer events, and he, all the dealers were off somewhere else, and he was just in there, and he owns AKA, and I thought he was just the owner of AKA, not some big deal, previous world champion.
He's a real man. If you, this is a task for all 3 people who are watching right now. Google Magic, Joel Magic Johnson. He actually, I think he has a motor. Like he was like sponsored by somebody who was making motors at the time. It might have been Reedy. But it was a brushed motor with his face on it.
That's a level that we should, one day we should all, strive to get to.
We're not there yet.
I'm going to pay Holmes. I'm going to license my own motor.
The Josh.
Just me. This is all nose. Like
that would be incredible. I would buy that motor.
So we talked a little bit about Monthly Mayhem previously, but the thought, someone was thinking thoughts on the next budget build / Monthly Mayhem. Like,
budget build.
Budget build is another thing to talk about. Like,
yeah, that's a challenge, because
so the budget build, really the only good option to do it with would be an Element right now.
Probably, yeah.
Because can't do a SCX2 because we already did that. We already did TRX4.
Done.
SCX3 you can't do yet because the whole point of a budget build is there needs to be options, like lots of options to do that many videos and that type of thing. If there isn't a ton of options available, it's just not, you can't do it. So the Element now has been out for 10 months.
A year. 10 months? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because it came out in May.
Yeah. So
at PLBTF.
Yeah. So the Element's been out for like 10 months now, and has garnered some aftermarket support, not a ton, but a decent amount. And it's got enough cross compatibility that it could probably be a pretty interesting series, just in trying to like take things from other platforms and port them and things along those lines. So yeah, that's
okay. Yeah, that could be the thing for sure. It was a Trinity motor. Somebody said
that would make sense. Reedy being associated, that didn't.
Yeah. Daniel, thank you, Daniel. Yes, Rich, we're still on. I can hardly believe it. First of all, because it's 1:45 here for me, and I'm getting sleepy or tipsy.
Right.
At a lot of these cocktails. What advice? Is there any parts of a project that still make you nervous?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, that is a good question. No,
I don't think
no,
so. I
I don't. Yeah, nothing makes me nervous. Uh,
like no. I mean,
Not specific.
you know, I'll cut up expensive stuff even like I some of that has gone numb to me, which I understand is not a not a the same luxury everyone would experience. Like, but yeah,
Yeah, I jump right in. I I I most often I have a plan,
yeah. I mean,
but it's not hard and
I
fast.
guess I
So
take
if
that
something
question as
breaks, like
in like cutting up, or diving into a new body and the fear of screwing it up or the fear of I guess I will say the only thing that ever makes me a little nervous is and it's for a split second, and it's that first time you're plugging the battery into a completely new set of wiring, like that. Don't see smoke, like,
yeah,
like
yeah,
that's the only
yeah,
time I get that, like don't do it, you know. But and that's more on my
yeah.
wiring skill than anything else.
I maybe for me, and it's less about the building process, but I think it's the first time running something new that I've spent a lot of time on. Um, because most of my stuff is a little more scale ish for the most part, and like running that out of the comfort of my backyard, that definitely makes me nervous. That's about it.
Yeah, I can get that. I almost dropping a truck off a cliff or something like that. I'll get you a little. Yeah, or you actually did drop one off a cliff, I guess. So there's that.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, I did.
yeah. Oh, Eddie. Yeah,
That was that was a that was a fun
yeah.
day because I was wearing inappropriate footwear to scale down a cliff.
Yeah.
I was wearing a pair of Red Wing boots, which have no tread on the bottom whatsoever, and I was like, "Oh, that's uh, that's a long way down."
Right.
I don't. It took me 45 minutes to get down there to get that stupid thing.
Right. The Eddie saying, telling your wife how much it costs, like
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
or how much she thinks they
That.
cost, or
Yeah.
even think like
What are you talking about, Josh? These things are
yeah.
cheap,
Well, that's what I realize sometimes.
and then when I get them,
Yeah.
I get them on sale, and I've had it forever.
I'm being gun shy about getting throat punched again. That's mainly from my own truck climbing my chest rather than throw back to the last live feed when I talked about that little story.
Oh man. What advice would you give for painting a hard body? Any special tricks to make the finish better?
So the best way to
That's a
do
question for me. Stop. Don't let Josh answer this one because he's useless. What advice can I give you? Prep is super important. Um, Wet sanding is good. Um, all the sorts of things that you would like sanding is really key. I go through a lot of sanding and a lot of sandpaper. I start with like when I'm doing body work that's new, I'm starting with like 180 grit, and then I'll do 220, then I'll do 400, then 6, then usually 8 or 1,000, then 1,500, and then I'll wet sand after I've primed just to make sure everything's really super smooth. It depends on the build. If you're doing something like ratty like this truck, all that's out the window. Then you just kind of put it on, put the paint on. But if you're doing like you want to like a mirror finish, like I did on the Forerunner, that's tons of sanding, tons of wet sanding. Also, a good thing to have in your arsenal is tack cloth. These things are super, super important. Gets all the dust, all the grime off, and you always kind of use that in between. So Josh has never seen a tack cloth.
Yeah. What did they call it? Cheesecloth every once in a while, right?
Maybe. Yeah. No, I don't
I
think
think so.
They're different things.
It's, I'll hit it with the air compressor every once, like that's just usually to get all the rest of the dawn off that I missed.
Oh, brother.
But yeah.
Oh, someone suggests that we do have the best faces for motors. You know what? We should propose that. That should be the next thing.
Yes. Well, we're gonna have Holmes put
guys,
he's gonna each of us on one motor. Whoever's motors sell the best.
Well, it won't be mine, that's for sure. You imagine like the promotional video for the Scale Builders Guild motor, and it's just me launching things off the cliff.
The best second place motor you can buy. Like
if you're looking to finish,
isn't that what we're?
This isn't the motor for you. You don't want this one.
The question here, which I think it's going to be the same answer for both of us, but it's an interesting topic at least. It says, do you guys buy new or used more often? And like for me, I almost never, until I started doing this Flip That Truck series, like I didn't really buy used stuff very often. I mean, the only time I would really buy used stuff was like it was some crazy deal that it had to be mine because I knew it was either going to make me money or just something super rare. But rarely did I buy used. And the other reason for it is I'm either not looking for someone's headache or I want it now. So I find something I'm looking for and I buy it so it's to my door in 2 days rather than trying to have it find somebody who ships like me and they go get it, like, oh, I'll get it, and it's take 3 days 4 days before it gets shipped, and like I'll buy from A-Main and then it's to me in 24 hours because they're an hour away.
For me, it's mostly new. Oh, what's going on with the stream all of a sudden? You're like super tiny now. This thing is weird. Sometimes it just decides, I'm changing the size.
I locked the actual sources, and I think that kept it from doing that as much. But
I locked mine too. It did no good whatsoever. For me, I definitely buy more new because I'm constantly in this state of always building something. It's rarely ever used. If it's used, it's probably coming from Richard, and it's probably a finished truck, right? Like, I mean, or he's sending me something to build, like the 6x6 XJ.
Right
there. Yeah, rarely, very rarely is it used, and it's mostly because I'm picky. I don't like having something from someone else that may have been misused or treated in a way that I wouldn't treat my stuff. And I think that's mostly what it comes down to. It's not that I'm not being like an elitist or anything. It's just that I like things a certain way, and the only way I can guarantee that is to buy it new.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and that's a lot of times especially if I'm going to try and use something in a video or something like that, I'd like it to be, new or in as best possible condition to,
right. Yeah. I mean, like, and like I said, unless it's like a really cool build, like Richard's Hilux, I bought that body off of him because I wanted it. Because it's unique, and it was, at the time, it was very, very unique. But yeah, mostly just new. That's a good question.
And I also try and keep a pretty good supply. Like, I have most things here that I need for a truck that shows up. Like,
yeah,
I've got tires and wheels and electronics and you know, just I have tons and tons of the same paint color, like like
So many oranges.
if you need 10 cans of orange paint, like done, we can paint the trucks.
Yeah. I mean, to go back to that real quick, whilst I buy new, I like to sell a lot of stuff too, because you know I've got a limited amount of room and a limited amount of space for trucks, and if they're on the floor, that means I'm not using them very often, so I try to get rid of them. So often I do sell off things. I don't like to just, I'm not a hoarder. I know Josh likes to keep everything he's ever owned, but
Right.
I'm not quite the same way.
I sell stuff, you know, not so much parts, usually just more rigs. Like once I've built it, I've driven it, and then my, you know, attention span has lapsed on it, then generally it's out of here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not a stranger to selling full trucks.
Yeah,
I cannot stand selling parts. It's so annoying to me to have to put like one tiny thing in a box.
Right. So yeah, unless I'm like, we have a really good swap meet here every year, so we'll go to the swap meet and just clean house, and then that's do that once a year in great shape. So
yep.
Let's see. This I ask because I see you guys do a tear down, a complete build up, and the end product always comes out much more rad than. Maybe I missed the initial question. Oh no, it is that. So, I asked because I see you guys do a tear down and complete build up, and then the end product always comes out much more rad than what you started with. So, that's hopefully. I'm glad that that's the end result most of the time.
That's nice.
I would hate to put in all that effort and then it suck, which it has many times before. I can't help. I'm running my finger around the beadlock wheel, and now people are commenting. I don't know. Sit on my hand.
You have a problem. You are a weirdo. Do we spend more time building RCs or filming / editing videos? I think for me, I definitely spend more time building because the editing thing comes quite naturally because it's what I do for a living. So that's, I mean, when it's a long video, it's long, but generally I spend most of my time down here building or staring at the trucks. I think that's also a big part of it. I just sit here and just stare at things for hours.
Yeah, that's you know, sitting and staring is a significant portion. Now, you know, I've got a PC on my bench set up here, so like I'll often just have something play, like The Office or a different movie or something playing, and I'll just stare at something and try and come up with what my plan's going to be on something. But like filming, you know, Monday nights I have to film the scale news, so I have to make sure that I've checked all of the places that I go to check for what's been released, then go through and film it. Filming the scale news usually only takes, I don't know, a half hour or so, and then editing the scale news though it does take a while, just because you got to get the pictures. You know, most of the stuff's it's copying across, but putting the picture in there, text captions, linking to all the products, all that kind of stuff, that all takes a while, which is it's time consuming. Usually, I mean, Monday night, you know, I'll get home by the time maybe I start filming by 7, and then I'm usually, by the time it's edited, uploaded, thumbnails made, descriptions are done, tags, like it's usually midnight. Just about everything.
It's Nicole's favorite night of the week.
Right. Yeah. Like, not that it differs much from most nights, you know, up too late and go, but it's the only night that I'm like in here doing things and then editing where I'm not working on a truck beforehand. So it's just like almost automatically one day that's just hardly anything gets done. But yeah, the
What else have we got on the question front? You got any more questions on your side?
oh man, I just missed.
They keep rolling in.
Just do 4-hour live
gotta
streams,
help.
no editing required.
Yeah, it's true. Well, this is 4 hours. We just cracked 4 hours.
Yep, that's
I'm
about
gonna be so tired tomorrow. Good thing I already have a video scheduled. Otherwise,
right.
spoiled.
Tony Harley finds spends more time finding places to film rigs that are out of our human capabilities. Yeah.
That video though that you did out at the where that dam, was it a dam?
No, that was
Or
a
like a
natural
farm?
mountain lake.
Yeah, but what was all the like equipment? Oh, it was a mine.
Oh, the mine.
That's right.
That one was
That
fun
was
as well.
so cool. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was an old mine, and that one was so much fun. But yeah, no, Tony and I went to a spot where I was trying to find a place to film the ultra video.
Right.
Because I wanted to start at the bottom of something and have the progression up. And I had only seen it on Google Maps and Google Earth. And then we went out there and it was just looked kind of went to the bottom, and I was just like, oh, this is a terrible idea.
Yeah, you were out there for a while.
Yeah. But the terrain out here is so amazing. Like we're so lucky to be able to drive to some of this stuff and see some. Oh, it's ridiculous.
I'm very jealous of that because I have a limited amount of places I can go, especially where there wouldn't be people. And that's the one thing I find about when I'm filming a truck or driving a truck and I'm by myself. It's the weirdest thing when I see other people because they're always like, oh,
yeah,
that's a cool toy, or you like, and you're like, just leave me alone. Please don't judge me. And it's irrational, but it also makes me worried that like they're gonna be like, Billy, stay away from that man.
Yeah. I've got over that more and more, and the fact that we can get to these places that are there's so much real estate for that stuff out here that a lot of times we know the places to go that there's just not going to be those people, or if you do, you're going to just run past somebody on a trail and they're just going to silently judge you as they go by and then they're gone. But it's just a
one time I had a lady very accusatorily say, well, you shouldn't be here with that.
Or like, yeah.
I was like, well, I don't know. Okay. You shouldn't be here with
that face.
You.
Right.
Yeah. It's difficult.
Yeah. The, man, back in the comp days when we were comp crawling, and specifically back in Kansas City, we had such limited terrain in Kansas City that we were comping at places that were oftentimes, around like popular, parks or things like that. And there was one place called Adair Park, which was a softball or baseball field complex. And basically we were setting up this comp. We could only get in there on days when they were having events, for one. So that means obviously people everywhere. And there was some good rock area, but it was basically along the third baseline of the very first field. And then it was the main road that came in, the rocks, and then third baseline. So that one was tough just because there was just constant people. And, there's a bunch of us out there hovering over a tiny truck with a clipboard and a stopwatch, and we got tennis balls everywhere. Like, what in the world are you doing? You got a spotter friend when you're like super into the comp crawling, like, oh no, you're lying. You really want to dig. And
get those losers out of here.
Reverse. Oh my God. Like,
yeah.
That was tough.
Someone said, I'm definitely watching any RC I buy from Josh. What happens when the camera is off? ? Oh, stop fingering that bead lock.
Yeah, that's.
These are great. This is all gold.
Oh, God.
Somebody was asking, what build? Where is this here? Do you guys have that one truck that you would never get rid of or regret letting go of?
I don't think that I can probably ever let go of my Ripper. Just
Yeah.
the amount of time and money that thing cost and was worth, like, there was only 9 ever made like that one.
Right.
So it's like the one that
that's pretty special.
The one that I don't think I could ever let go of.
It's a very special project.
Yeah.
I mean, for anybody that has one, let alone one of those pre-release kind of prototype ones, that's pretty special. I'll never sell mine. There's no way.
Yeah, that.
Despite being able to buy a house for one.
Right. Yeah, probably in Detroit maybe, but like, let alone and still buy a house for it. Beyond that, no, just about everything's for sale. Like.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, there's a couple here that there's just so much sentimental value. They're useless trucks. Like they're really terrible at everything.
Like your half track.
But
and your loco.
No, the half track is actually good. That drives.
Oh. So just driving is that's the qualification level. Like.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be good.
Oh, okay. I see.
But yeah, the half track, because it's just one of those bizarre, sort of odd trucks that never really needed to be a thing, but because I saw it, I was like, oh wow, that has to be a thing now. It's just one of those things that I was like, well, I can't sell this, mostly because no one would buy it, because it really is totally useless. Even more so useless than this, though, is the steam truck, and that really is totally awful. There's not enough reduction to make it actually do anything good.
I mean, I had my Ripper down earlier, but people are saying grab it. Yeah, it's just, what
I love how bad this half track is. It really isn't. It actually drives pretty well for what it is. It's like, imagine a hang-long 16th scale tank that I chopped and narrowed, or shortened anyway, so it didn't have as many drive wheels. And the rear drive is actually an SCX-10 axle inside the. And I can't show you easily without like disassembling it, but
Right.
There's an SCX-10 axle in the back here that powers the rear wheels, and just figuring out the reduction in order to make them both spin at the same rate was a really fun exercise. But I love it because it's so weird.
You remember when you shipped it to Axial Fest and it got lost on its way to me?
Oh, I do. I think I pooped a little on that.
Yeah.
One.
That
was pretty
I
scary.
had to track it down. I went to the post office and tried to get information on it, and then they finally found something, and they said it got delivered
because it was next door.
Yeah, and
right?
it ended up getting delivered to the sweet neighbors in our building. Like, whoo.
Yeah, that was pretty scary.
Yeah.
But it showed up in one piece, so that's good.
Right. So in one of the last live feeds when I had Nicole on, we were discussing this Ripper, and I was just kind of, it was a discussion point and going on, and we were talking about how much, like this is worth, being that it was one of the first 3, and it was and she like, well, yeah, it's probably worth this much because it's special. She's like, oh, like a Beanie Baby. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Like,
just like a Beanie Baby.
She's like, yeah, it's like one of those Beanie Babies with like a messed up tag. Like, no. It's the Princess Diana of RC cars.
I mean, I guess that's one way to look at it. It's not completely inaccurate.
Right. Like, Like it's just like it's slightly different than the rest of the rippers, but like it's still just a rip. Like, yeah. The but yeah, the ripper started like I wanted to build a new truck just myself, so I started drawing in CAD a template for a new chassis, like I did for the Woods Runner, like the one that was similar to this, and I wanted to kind of build one like a Twisted Customs chassis. So I started drawing it, and then Jim had just walked by my computer, and he's like, "Oh, why don't we try milling a chassis? Like we've talked about it before." And I'm like, I could modify the design to make it, you know, look or be made to mill. So we jumped in, and then that's when it turned into this project of making trucks that out of 100 pounds of aluminum.
How many are there in circulation?
Well, so the first 9 aren't numbered in with the rest.
Right.
I think there's probably like 170, 175 maybe total with the first 9.
That's 175. That's a high number. I didn't think there were that many. I thought there was more like 130.
Yeah. No, it's
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it was. And every single one of them was a custom color and order and sticker and this and that, and just wanted to just
I got rid of the box finally, but I saved the sticker that was on top of it.
Oh, well, that's good. I mean,
yeah,
couldn't just have another one of those printed up easily, but
no. Rebecca, my wife, says, "I love how much time you spend on builds that don't work." It's true. How long did I spend on this steam powered truck? Oh my God, like a year. And every night, I'll remember this without any shadow of a doubt. There would be every night that I was working on this thing, it would be like, okay, so if it's going to be steam powered, I'm going to have to put the steam engine here. I'm going to have to plumb all of the steam pipes to here. Am I going to get enough reduction? What's the transfer? It's like constant thinking about this thing and how it was going to work. And I'm proud to say that it does. It doesn't work well, and it needs more pressure, or it needs more reduction, but somehow more wheel speed, which isn't possible. So
I was thinking that sounds just like it just needs more fire. Like I think we could handle that. Like,
well, yeah, I'm sure we could make more fire, but I don't want to blow up the boiler. That's right. That's the only that. Don't worry about that.
I mean,
no
it's not
problem.
Good. Yeah, it'd be fine. You worry too much.
I know, I do. But the fact that it has like a working whistle, and it actually is powered by steam. The only thing that the battery powers is the steering servo. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is it was quite the concept, and the fact that you actually went through with it in RC is
yeah. Not a lot of people would spend that time. I think they would go, that's.
Well, yeah. How much was just the steam boiler?
I don't know.
Let's just Google it real quick. Let's see what a steam boiler costs. What's desktop steam engine? I know.
No. Don't worry about it, okay?
Can we find one for under 600?
No. Not of this quality, no way.
Right, yeah.
I think it was like $1,200 for the boiler.
I don't even. I mean, even if you're underplaying that one, like, God.
No, I think that's a fairly accurate number. Never mind all the actual like building and constructing and effort and time.
Yeah.
I spent so much time on that thing.
Man.
Hey. I mean, the Good news is I'll never get that money back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, at least
It's long gone.
yeah. That was one of those ones that for that to be like a truly like in the end a project that was worth it, you needed it to go like viral social media. Like
And it didn't really,
man,
which is so sad.
Man in basement builds steam powered RC Jeep. Like you know how it would have gone is if you would have used more fire and it blew up. Like
right, exactly. Yeah, man blows up face. Yeah. Man burns face on stupid truck. It is, you know what though, Reggie? You're right. It is special. It is special. And because of that, that's one of the things I won't sell. It's nice to have that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's I've had builds like there's always builds that I have at the time that like at that time to me they're just not going to be. I'm not interested in putting a number on them for sale.
Right, exactly. Like somebody was asking the other day about how much I would sell the Ripper for, and I was like, well, first of all, I wouldn't.
Right.
But if you were in the market for one, they go for this.
Right. And that's, it's just, it's that whole thing, like almost nothing, is priceless. Like it's because like, well, I know that right now, no one's going to pay like this ridiculous price. So I know that I'm going to be able to sell it in the future. So at this point, there isn't a price. Like,
yeah.
If you say $10,000 for most of those, I would say okay. If you said $10,000 for that one, I still would not say okay. Like,
good for you. That's the thing. Sometimes you shouldn't be looking at what it's worth to sell it. You should be hanging on to it because it's worth so much more than money.
Yeah, and especially when you live in the U.S. and that money's worth more. But
well, yeah. There's also the danger that you'll sell something for the price that you want to sell it for, and then the person that bought it doesn't treat it the way that you think it should be treated. Like, I'm not going to go into specifics, but I have a story about a truck that was built by someone I respect, who was sold to someone, and then they sold it to someone else. But in that time, there were pictures that circulated of that truck at the bottom of like a pond driving through the water. And you're like, oh, that's not how that truck was supposed to be treated. So then I bought it from that person and restored it.
Wow.
Because it's like, that should not be how that truck is treated. And now it's in a very good home. But it's just like, you run that risk.
Yeah, and I mean,
you get what you want for it out of a price, but
that's the only time that I've ever I don't that's not really a thing. Like once it's out of my hand, like I'm just good luck to you, have fun. My biggest fear is like getting an email question about like, well, why did? But no, you get those all the time. It's totally fine. Like,
how did you do the thing with the thing?
Right. But I did one that was like I'll change the story to protect the guilty, but I built a chassis like this for a Jeep body. And then someone bought it for my asking price. Great. Sold it off to them, running, driving truck, whole deal. And they got it. Like, cool. And then they put like a Suburban on it. Like, so it was like, it was very specifically built for like, why? Like,
why would you do that?
Like, it was very, and it's like, those are the things like, I mean, I don't care, but I'm just like, why would you like,
yeah. Why would you take all that time to change it to something it wasn't supposed to be?
Right. Yeah, that's.
I think my wife is getting a little bit chatty in the chat window here. He's been paying attention to it. Wives are definitely supposed to be in the kitchen. It's where all the knives are.
What?
Wow. All right.
Yeah, let's see. When you think of how something is going to work or look, do you take that thought elsewhere, or is it just me? When you think of how something is going to work or look, do you take that thought else? I don't know actually what that question means. Yeah, I don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
Let's see. I've still got a Goliath RC. Do you remember those? The PTI Goliath?
No.
This was like back TLT days.
Okay.
That was
That's a little tiny bit before my
yeah,
time.
that was like,
I mean, I was in RC, but not in
04 to 06. PTI like kind of had a little bit of a production going on. And back then there was just so few solid axle vehicles you could buy, especially anything within like the range of axle size of a 1.9 truck now, which was mainly 2.2 used back then. But PTI had that. I think they used like associated diffs or something along those lines, and it was just problem after problem after problem. But you know, I think they were actually built as a monster truck. Like everything back then, anything we used was a monster truck that we tried to make into a crawler. TLT, Clodbuster, TXT, PTI Goliath, X Factor,
IMAX tires.
Yeah, Clodbuster tires, Emax tires, or actually using an Emax and then just locking out the shocks. So it was like a bent solid axle, and then you take that whole assembly off and you build links off of it to a chassis. So you basically had a locked out front Emax bulkhead set up. Oh, they were no steering, so janky.
Yikes. What a time to be alive.
Right? Yeah. 04 to 06 was tough times. A Wheelie King.
Oof. You can still buy one of those.
You can? Now. Well, no, you can't buy anything HPI.
Sure you can. I'll go on A-Main right now and buy one.
I'll give you that.
Well, not going.
Right.
No, I'm not going.
I dare you. Buy a Wheelie King right now.
A-Main.
Hobbies. When did your guys saw that building RC trucks could become your daily profession? What was the plot behind the story?
Oof. This is not my profession.
So it was not a thought that I had. So I was a civil engineer. That was my profession. I was a professional civil engineer for a long time, and there was a time in 2015. I got to the point in my career where I was like it was just all I was dealing with was politics, and just that's all it was. It was meetings after conference calls after city council meetings, and it would get so old and just work. It's just so much of that stuff over and over and over and over. And I got to a point where I was getting sick of it. And I mean, I talked to the guys at Vanquish daily for years, just on a friend level, back and forth on projects, thoughts on this, things on that. And they had at the time said, why don't you come out here? And it had been a question for a while. But up until that point, I was pretty just dead set satisfied on my career in civil engineering and where that was going to take me. And then I just had that bad month or two where I was sick of it, and I decided to take them up and flew out here and drug my wife with me and talked about it, thought about the options, and then just said, okay, like, let's take the chance, sell the house and move 2,000 miles to California to make this happen and do it every day. And I don't regret it. I miss home and I miss family and things like that. But the work, work is still work in a lot of ways. And mainly that's, people, or what people not doing this or doing that, or or the things in the market that are just uncontrollable that you have to react to, like the current world situation we're in now, and how that affects international trade and people's spending habits, and how that could affect buying, and how that maybe will be a perk on buying because people are going to be at home working on trucks, or it's like, that's stressful. It's things you have to work on every day. But I'd rather be worrying about that than worrying about the next transportation bill to get passed through the Senate to hopefully have funding. Like, I enjoy what I do every day now. So, I think Matt enjoyed my story so much that he had to.
Hey, sorry, I'm back.
Good timing on his end, right?
Here I am.
Good
you
timing.
Still talking?
I just finished the story. You're fine.
Oh, great.
You had too many waters, huh?
Yeah.
That's why I don't wear pants during these. Oh, I've stood up too much to make that joke.
The Wheelie King is on A Main Hobbies website for $249.99, but it's in select stores only.
Yeah, they've been there since 07. Like.
Yeah, probably. What was the other one? The Crawler King, right?
The Crawler King came later. So the Wheelie King came out and it was 2-wheel drive only, and you could get a nitro version as well.
Ooh. Hey, they still have it.
The nitro version?
Ready to run. No, it's battery powered.
So they had the 2-wheel drive, and then they had electric and a nitro. And then we were all having to buy 2 2-wheel drives to be able to make a 4-wheel drive, because you just, like, you either couldn't get the parts right away.
Right.
So it was just, that was how you had to do it. And then that's how we would make ourselves a solid axle car. Or then they finally came out with the 4-wheel drive Wheelie King. And then, then we were cooking with gas. So you get everything, start building up. And then it wasn't until like years later that the Crawler King came out, which never really made much of a splash.
Because, well,
they were just so late to the game by that point.
Yeah. What's the next event you're preparing for?
Proline by the Fire, fingers crossed.
Oh, yeah, right. I almost forgot about PLBTF.
Yeah.
I would like to go back to that one. But yeah, it all depends on the timing of it, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard year for you to plan on it. I can drive. Like, if it was the event, they said it's going to be tomorrow. Like, okay, I'll be there. Like, it's easy for me. So, I had a busy year planned. We had Nationals, Proline by the Fire, RCX, we have NERSA, K&K, Axial Fest 1 and 2, Thing 1, Thing 2. Then
East Coast Scale Challenge.
I was thinking about making it out to ECC, or ECSC. What else? There was that one. That was August, right?
Oh yeah, I offered you a spot on our floor,
right,
of our cabin.
Thinking about making it to that one. Then, God, what do I have? I've got Crawl for a Cure out here, the ASD events. I mean, I've got a ton of just big events, but
we should try that. It's all going to really depend on how everything else goes down.
Yeah. Really depends on the whole reason that we're making our own distractions by doing live streams.
Right.
Because
exactly.
Instead,
although this is a great distraction, I will say this is the best 4.5 hours I've spent talking to someone that isn't my wife in some time.
Right. I mean, it's hopefully, people just turn it on and work on something else. And
yeah. It's a good way to spend some time just listening to two goofballs.
Right.
Blake Denley asks, do you think Proline should attempt to make an ABS hardbody?
I think that the manufacturing processes are so much different than what's in their wheelhouse. Proline's down in Banning, California. And they've got a lot of their own machines where they actually make their molds and pull their bodies and make their tires, everything in-house, a lot of them. So they do, machinery is extremely expensive. So,
and to get all these things done on like a value where they can make the money back is so hard.
Right. There's I mean, it's
I don't think in the U.S. they could do it.
right. I don't think that they could do it either. You know, it's some of that stuff is made over there because it's the only way that they can do it and make it at a price that's going to fit into this market. Like even at art that, what does that body cost? That Forerunner body with all those parts? That $200?
You know what? I don't remember. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's $159.99 on A main.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a cheap body.
That's expensive.
And
that's expensive, and that's one of the cheaper ones.
Yeah, and that's, you know, it's.
If I'm honest.
But to make that here is.
There's no way.
It's not.
That would be a $300 body.
Right, easy. So, it's, you know, now Proline does make other things overseas, like their shocks and scale parts and all that kind of stuff. It just. You got super small on my screen now for some reason, but.
Oh, right. Cool.
It's your bandwidth probably. It's so, you know, making RC parts in the U.S. is not easy. It's a market that is very price driven, and some people will understand where certain benefits will come and some won't, and it's not, you know.
Well, I think you know best of anyone. That's
we fall into that market,
and guys face.
But I don't also want to try and be the guy that's always just like trying to sell you on it. You know, like some people will understand, some people won't, and some people never will, no matter what. And I personally don't want the headache of trying to be the person that is doing that convincing. It's just not worth it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I always subscribe to the rule that you get what you pay for, and that's something that I'm pretty firm on. I'm always willing to spend a little bit more to get a better quality product, and that's why you won't see a lot of phony wheels or any of that nonsense, at least on my stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I do enjoy a lot of stuff from, you know, there's a lot of things that just aren't going to be able to be made the same way, you know, like this little RC four-wheel drive aluminum fuel cell.
Right.
Like it came in this truck, but like it's a nice piece, but it wasn't that expensive. Like trying to make that same thing here when it's a fairly just scale item like that doesn't have a lot of, like, you're not gonna be able to compete with that type of thing. So
no way.
But you know, also look at the heavy machinery stuff. I want that. Like, it would be so much fun.
You just want to. Richard was also talking about this. He's like, I want one of those, like, bigger things. And I was like,
yes.
For you, it makes sense because in like Smiggin's Folly in his backyard course, he could do all kinds of cool construction projects.
Yeah, it would be rad. I would like to get a bulldozer and just drive through Smidgen Folly, just knocking over 2-story outhouses and, you know, like clearing roads, like, just pruning tiny trees for him with it. Like,
there's so many Easter eggs in that trail course. Like there's a skeleton buried and only like half of its body is sticking out.
When he posts pictures of that place, it's so insanely like incredible. Yeah. Like
I've loved filming there. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
It's not a big area either. It's, you know, like maybe 20 by 25. It's not huge.
Yeah,
but he packed a lot in.
He does such a good job of, you know, how everything's placed and weathered in and photographed. Like, whew. Yeah, like
he's taking a little break from tiny trucks and actually spending more time on building 24th scale replicas of buildings in his town.
He's building in his actual town.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not in Smidgen's Folly.
In the town in which he lives. No, he's building miniature versions of like real buildings in his town.
What?
Yeah. and like totally accurate too.
Oh,
He is
I don't doubt
amazing.
that at all.
No.
Yeah. The
Oh, here's a good question from T-Shack73. Who would win in a fight between a grilled cheese sandwich and a taco?
I mean, you know, hard shell or soft shell taco. Like,
Right.
I mean,
If it's a hard shell taco, I think that's an instant
no.
victory.
See, hard shells, they're weak. Crack at the bottom, everything falls out. Soft shell, you know,
Oh,
like,
I thought you could stab the grilled cheese with like a shard of the shell.
you know, as you're spilling your guts out the backside, right? Like, which is always the aftermath of, you know, dealing with a taco. Like,
I love
I do too.
tacos.
I haven't had tacos in over a month though, because of this diet I'm still on.
Oh, your stupid diet.
And yeah, and it's over technically, but we're still gonna just kind of keep going. Except I might cheat on Tuesdays, because Taco Tuesday at the taqueria by our shop. Except that it's probably not going. I'm not gonna be able to get tacos for
they'll
another.
They'll be open.
Yeah.
That's an essential service.
Yeah. You know, 6 tacos, some Vicks, and a Sprite.
Oh yeah.
A
Yep.
Sprite.
Need to see you both on RCC more. Well, you probably won't see me on RCC very often because I have my own forum that I like to kind of stick around.
I need to get back to doing build threads more often. I used to, when I was in engineering, like I sat at a desk and was dealing with whatever, and I was just always on RCC. I'd take the photos from the night before, and I'd, you know, get out there, post them, big, you know, do these big build threads. And now it's like I'm not going to do that at work anymore because I'm dealing with other. And then, like, I don't do any of the YouTube stuff at work. You know, I don't film there, I don't edit there, so it's none of that's the thing. You know, if anything, I'll have like a project that comes in with me and looking at something or another, but that's about it. So then when I get here, it's like work on the truck, shoot a video, edit a video, go to sleep.
Yeah. Now that I'm doing YouTube so frequently, my build threads have definitely suffered. But I need to get back on that too. But shout out to T-Shack73 for that grilled cheese question. That was a good one because it made me think about tacos.
I know. I want to talk.
Travis Gilmore says, I would love to work on tiny trucks for a living. I teach automotive in a tech school, and I've been thinking about bringing RC into my class as a STM type club. Thoughts? I think that's a great idea. I think that while a lot of this stuff doesn't scale up to the full-size automotive world, I think it's still really, there's a lot of key things that you can learn from RC that can apply to larger scale stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that there's so much of it just back and forth is so, it applies so much. Just like, I don't know, like having been around the full-size world a decent amount myself, like so much of it I use looking over, even if it's when you're looking at tube work or things like that, and looking at a load path of a, you know, a cage, like, you know, have where your intersection points are, or, you know, looking at some suspension geometry and understanding the difference between a triangulated 4-link or a parallel 4-link with panhard or a Watts link, you know, why you don't want to run a 4-link with a chassis mounted servo. Like, so much of it, and not that it's like all of that directly correlates to the full size world, but there's so many things that can kind of go back and forth that you can learn from one and the other and expand.
Yeah, there's a lot to pick up that can be used as crossover. Absolutely. I don't know. What do you want to do? Do you want to keep going?
Let's call it.
Yeah, I'm going to answer this last question, and then I think we'll call it, because this has been going on far too long.
And I've got designing and 3D printing to do tonight still. Like,
I've got bed to go to. do you have multiple projects going on at the same time, or do you finish one and start on the other? This is from Jesse, by the way. I feel like I start one, never finish it because I'm working on other projects and it's never ending. For me, yeah, I've got like at least a dozen projects on the go, which is annoying because I feel like I'm never finishing one and to a point that I'm happy. But it's kind of the way I work. I get kind of like, ooh, shiny thing, and then I'm off onto the next thing. So, yeah, that's sort of how I operate. And of course, it's sort of it's something I struggle with because I do want to finish projects. So I move on to the next one, but yeah.
Yeah,
There's so many unfinished things here.
Yeah, I always have a ton of projects going, and I will hyper focus on one for short bursts usually. Like, okay, I just try and knock out as many things as I can. And that's the one I'm thinking about then. Anything new that pops up, I think about that, and I want to get that done. I want to do this, I want to do that. And that was what was hard for me about our nationals thing, because I had 3 trucks that I truly needed to concentrate on. And that was not easy. Like, for one, I keep lists I have lists and lists and lists in my phone, for parts I need, things that I want to do. Like, I have a list for scale news every week. Anytime I see something, I put it on the list. I have a shopping list for the studio. Anything I think I need to get this, get that. I have a tools list. So specifically tools for the studio, tools for fabrication. And then I've got build lists. So the nationals trucks I combined into one, and like, I need to get this, I need to get that. And then it was a matter of just working on this truck. I'm like, okay, I'm waiting on parts. Go to this truck, try and get this done. Back. And that was an extremely tricky process for me. So, because I'm normally one, like right now, this is my focus. I got this truck. I really like it. I'm going to work on it. And then, it will fade and it won't be my focus, and I'll eventually get back around to driving it or doing whatever, and so on and so forth. But I mean, my whole shop is full of that needs a power system. That's a VFD conversion video. Class 3, which isn't done. Class 1 is done, ready to drive other than needing paint. That's my VS410 Pro that needs the portal axle put back in the rear, which got moved to that one. My Class 2, which I really like, that's the Ultra, the green and gold wheels. Then let's see, we've got the 19 Wraith needs a new power system put back in it because it's got an ACK system right now and I hate it. My drag car, which the body is up there. Drag bolt needs to be revisited. Enduro, which is in a state of running. I don't really have an ongoing. Then the Kyosho down there at the bottom, which is the 69 Camaro. That one's going to get that super scale active suspension kit.
I can't wait to see that.
So, and then I have a whole shelf over here of stuff that is, well, it's mainly organized and mainly parts, but there's still 4 projects on it. Like, and worse than that, I think, is my ADD of wanting to start new ones.
Right. Every time I see a truck online or in like, a magazine or whatever, it's sort of like, oh man, I can't wait to build that. And, it just adds to the pile, which is annoying. Like, as an example, here's the 3D printed JL that I started, like, I don't even know how long ago. And, it's still in pieces. I haven't even gotten close to finishing yet. And I mean, now the benefit is I can just toss it on the SCX 10.3. But, yeah, it's one of those things that there's literally no end. And as long as RC people and manufacturers keep putting out new product and new opportunities, this is never going to stop. And which is great. I mean, it's really great for this hobby, and it's great for this subgenre that Josh and I kind of play in the most. it just means that there's always going to be something for you guys to watch too. I think that's kind of the final message that I can leave it on, is that there's always going to be great new content.
Yep. There's always a project. There's always something. So, well, good stuff, man.
Yeah. So let's wrap this up. We're done.
Yeah.
I want to go to bed.
Hit the like button before you leave.
Yes, please do.
That's about it. Like, well, I think we're gonna try and come up with some sort of schedule for these.
Yeah, we'll do more. Absolutely.
Something that we can kind of count on a time or a day of this or that, and then I'm sure they will not all be of this length, but
no. Yeah. Maybe an hour and a half max.
Right. So.
But thanks for watching, everyone. Really appreciate it. Subscribe if you haven't already. Yada yada yada. And we'll see you on the next one.
You've got to leave because I can do that whole thing.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, guys. Thanks again. Hit the like button.
You trying to get the last word? Is that what you want? You want the last?
I can mute you on my feed, and then I get the last word. Like. Anyway. All right.
All right. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Bye.